put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Dear God, thank you for giving us the opportunity to digitally gather today, despite the hardships that we face. Thank you for giving us the strength to continue with our studies so that we may better serve you through our work and through our deeds. Bless this event, Lord, so that all of us will have learned valuable skills and knowledge on prototyping. May we use these gifts to build a brighter future for your glory. We praise you, Lord, for this event. We know that whenever we gather, you always have a divine agenda for us. We pray only that your will be done through this event, Lord. Take what we have prepared and multiply our efforts in a way that only you can. Keep us safe from this pandemic and guard our hearts and minds from pride and selfishness. In Jesus' name, amen.
Again, guys, good evening. Thank you both for being here and for your willingness to learn. So, we are down to the third and final installation in our Fundamental of Design series. Yay! So, for a brief recap, we started with a graphic design from scratch, followed with the UI UX design workshop, which was held last Saturday. And as a finisher, we have prototyping with Adobe XD. So this event would not be without possible without our guest speaker who will show us the ropes of prototyping tonight. And who is our speaker? Well, she is a multidisciplinary expert with more than 20 years of experience in management processes, organizational change management, social media engagement and management, information architecture design and information system management, and of course, research and human capital development. She also serves as director at Twin Concept Consulting. She's also a national administrator at Pipeline Professionals Association of Nigeria, a director of strategy development at JSD Value Consult, and she was also a lecturer at AP Tech Worldwide Computer Education Center. So, guys, our speaker is none other than Miss Josephine Dorgo. Ma'am?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening. It's afternoon here.
Oh,
It's
oh,
just
good afternoon.
very
Okay.
long time. All right. Apologies for the late start. We had some issues with regards timing and one or two technical issues as well. But I think let's not waste time and let's just kick off with the presentation immediately. But before I do start, I'd like to have a general knowledge of how much do you know about design? It's a general question for everybody. How in depth is your design knowledge?
So ma'am, as I have mentioned, yeah, okay. As I have mentioned earlier, we have a workshop about design. So far, we have learned about the different theories about design already.
Okay, I am seeing some of the replies from what I'm understanding. Very few people have at most beginner knowledge. So let's get started. We will review briefly the design fundamentals. I hope you're seeing my screen. Are you seeing the presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So what we're going to start talking about is introduction to design systems and prototyping. But before we go further, this is the overview. What you should know by the time we finish are the fundamental rules of UX design. What is a design system? What makes up a design system? How to build a design system? To understand the principles of design, how to apply this, and then prototyping with XD. So let's just get started. All right. We'll begin with design fundamentals, just an overview or rather a review of what you have done before. All right. Design fundamentals are things that you need to know to make your design palatable to the human eye. What makes your design make sense? You need to know about alignment. You need to know how to use color and when not to use color. You have to understand what is contrast, what is white space, what is scale. You also understand how to use typography. Also, we'll deal with visual hierarchy. Visual hierarchy is not one thing, it's a combination of all the other things that we just talked about. Now, you can see we have 5 squares. One of them calls your attention, the yellow square. Why? Because we have used color to distinguish it from the other elements around them. We know that they're all the same, but the color brings your eye there. So that is how you draw attention of your user to the specific points that you want to use. You see it in design quite frequently. You are on a starting screen of an app and you're logging in. The button is a different color. It's usually the primary color drawing your attention immediately there. Even if you look at posters, when posters are designed, you sometimes see that, okay, the size of the font is quite large, but the color differentials is what draws your eye. There's usually a color that is more prominent and leads your eye to where the designer wants you to go. The next part is contrast. These 5 blocks are all the same. They're all the same color, but the contrast is different. One has a greater brightness to it. Again, drawing your eye to that particular element, making you look there. Scale is the next point. As you can see, it's bigger. So of course your eyes automatically go there. And this is a combination of scale and contrast. So you're seeing it, it's bigger. Also the color makes it more prominent towards your eyes. Alignment and white space. Now, in all the other ones, the squares were equidistant. They were the same amount of space from each other. This one, there's a distancing which separates it. This also falls under one of the UX principles as well, that when things are grouped together, it shows commonality and lets you know these things are together. They have the same level of importance or prominence. This lets you know that it's removed. It might be the same size, it might be the same shape, but it has been drawn apart and your eyes will automatically go to that is the same but separate. Then that is everything that we need to say concerning the fundamentals. Does anybody have any questions? No questions? Please ask now. We just cover it, yes?
No, ma'am.
No questions.
No.
Okay. All right. So now we are going over to design systems. What are design systems? Unfortunately, people can't speak. Otherwise, I would simply ask the question, what do you understand a design system to be? Because I don't believe you're total novices. You've never heard the word before. But since it's just one person I'm speaking to, I'll just go ahead with that. Next thing, what is a design system? Okay, what we're going to look at is what is design, what is a system, and therefore what is a design system. I believe definitions are very important for you to have a proper understanding of something. So design. Design, as the big grammar here, is realization of concepts, ideas, and theory to realize a goal. What it just means, I am taking an idea or a concept and making it real. That's what design is. It's the same thing with architecture. I have an idea of what the building is, and then I prepare a draft. So somebody seeing this draft can begin to understand the concepts before it's even built out. The same thing applies here. A system is parts that connect together to form a whole to achieve a purpose or a function. Like a car, separate parts all built together form a system, a transportation system. On their own, they make no sense, but together they complete a function. So a design system is process. How do we do things? The instructions on how to do this to make the outcome repeatable. That means if I take these instructions that you have given me, I take all these parts you have given me, I will be able to do what you have done, and I can do it time and time and time and time again. You can compare it to a recipe. If 10 people are given exactly the same recipe, have exactly the same ingredients, by the time they all finish cooking, they should have all prepared exactly the same dish. There should be no difference in the dish. And that's what a design system is in a product development team. This system shows everybody, look, this is what needs to be done for us to have the same output every time. It doesn't mean that we're all going to design exactly the same thing. What it means is if I'm doing the homepage, the elements or the components I use in my homepage have exactly the same elements in my website. If
Hi, ma'am. So sorry to interrupt your talk, but could you please repeat the first couple paragraphs? There was a bit of an internet problem while you were speaking for the viewers. Thank you. Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, we're having some problems. I don't know why we're having it back on.
There's a bit of an echo, but you're for the most part audible.
Hello? Are you still seeing my screen?
Not anymore, ma'am.
Oh boy. I hate technology sometimes. Can be very, very. Sorry, 1 second. Let me see if I can correct it from my end. Don't know why we're having this issue right now. Mm. Oh, wow. Sorry, give me a second. Something else is coming on that should not be. All right. Let me just be talking while I'm trying to fix it from my end. So we said one of the reasons you have a design system is for uniformity. Another thing is for efficiency. If everybody is working from the same source, I don't have to create anything new. It already exists. I don't have to start cracking my head and wondering, how do I create a button? How do I create a link? I don't need to do that. It's already been done for me. So I just use it. So I'm saving man hours by using this instead. The next point is that it ensures consistency, which we've pretty much said. If it's uniform, it's the same all around, it's consistent. I stated it's already the single source of truth. It is the one document everybody refers to. A design system is also codification of rules and processes. In other words, every business has a way that it operates. The rules of the business are stated, even in a design system, that, oh, this is how this should be, this is the tone of voice we are going to use, this is how a newsletter should be sent out, this is how marketing material should look. It is consistent. This is the way it's going to be. So that's one of the reasons you have a design system. Another reason for a design system is it is a living document. It is not static. Once you've made one, doesn't mean that's the end of it. You will continue to grow it as your needs increase. You will build upon it. It's a lean system. Lean system simply means you've removed all the fat from it. You just have what you need when you need it. There's no need to build a drop-down button if you're never going to use a drop-down button. So you only have what you need at the time that you need it. So let's talk about creating a design system. Now, yeah, we must first explore what is a good design. What is the expectation and what are the features of good design? So what is good design? Good design is user driven, it's function driven. User driven means it is the user that determines what kind of system you put in place. It's function driven. It's not about the features. When you created your app or you created your site or whatever it is you're creating, you are creating it to solve a problem. That is what design is primarily about. There is a problem and I am preparing a creative solution for it. So it is, what is it supposed to do? That is what drives it. Features are a secondary aspect. It's intentional. I am building it for a reason, not I just felt like a reason. It solves problems. It is consistent. It is the same. As we stated before, it's dry, it's unintrusive. That means the system doesn't force itself upon you. It's seamless, it's in the background. It does what it's going to do without even you knowing. It's so smooth the way it goes about. It's simple. Complexity is not a virtue really in design. You don't want your users to be wondering, how am I supposed to do this? It should be so simple that even a child can pick up your app and use it. And it's logical, it makes sense. So that's what good design is about. Now we go into the design system. What makes up a design system? Now, design systems by themselves are not really new. It's just that a particular lexicon has developed, the jargons have been sorted out, and design system is the one that's pretty much on top, telling you, okay, this is what we're going to call it. A design system is a combination of many things that have been there before. Brand guides are not new. Brand guides have been around since the 50s, 60s. A lot of companies have brand guides. This tells you, it usually handles the marketing and the physical assets of the company. So flyers, brochures, letterheads, business cards, those usually are the things determined by the brand guide. It tells you what kind of typography to use, what colors are we using, the tone and voice of the brand itself. Then you have your master documents, which is what we will end up building. And then you have symbols. Symbols are pretty much components. Symbols comes from Sketch. That was what Sketch used to call components. It's just, as I said, assets that make up your design system. Then a style guide is similar to a brand guide, but it looks more like the layout. Okay, if you're using this font and it's in this color, this is the type that will go with it. This is where you will use it. This is how you use it. This is what the numbers will look like. That deals more with the design fundamentals. Then you now go into the coding aspect. You have your components or your symbols that you have designed, and then you now have the code, the built out code for that. Then you have a code repository where anybody can go and get the code, whichever platform you're using, whether it's Vue.js, it's React, whatever. And here it shows ownership as well, who owns what. So the designers own the visual, while the developers own anything that's code related. Now, design systems in the wild. I'm a little bit scared to leave this place because things are happening that should not be happening. So we're supposed to look at a couple of design systems, ones that industry recognizes as being really good design systems. MailChimp is, I think, one of the best that I have seen. Let me see whether this thing will allow me to open without problems. Okay, just a second. All right, I'm going to share this tab now. Have you seen the new tab that I'm sharing, which is a website?
Yes.
All right, so this is MailChimp. Now, MailChimp is an application for newsletters, which helps anybody to generate a newsletter. This is their own design system. Now, you can see they've broken it down into the units, the foundations, which are the core elements, the things that deal with design fundamentals, your color, how it should be laid out. So if you go to and look at color, you can see this is almost their style guide. They tell you, okay, this is the color that we use, this is the hex code, there's all the codes for it, this is the name of the color. They also do look at the accessibility. So you can note they have coconut is not legible on this at this size. Okay, kale, this particular color is not legible at 16 points, but at 24 points, it's legible. So you can use that on this background. The peppercorn, it passes both at small and large sizes. This deals with the accessibility guidelines where you have AA and AAA. It should pass AA at minimum. Then that means pretty much anybody can see it and read it. It's readable, the contrast is okay. So they show you their own color systems, all the colors that they use, what is an accent color, what is a primary color, neutral colors, etc. They also show you, as you can see, the typography. What type are we using? Why do we use it? What is the secondary type? They show you their own typographic scale. What is a H1? What is a H2? The numbers that you see beside it are the first one, 44 for H1, is the size of the font, while the second one is the paragraph or line spacing. It also shows you what is the font weight. So this particular font is means it is the light version of it. H2, 36 points, that's the size. The line height is 45 points. It is graphic and it is regular. So this is what they show you. They even mention what is the baseline, what grid that they are using, which is they're using a 6-point grid. They show you how the paragraphs should be lined up, what is the maximum width, etc. Step by step, they show you everything, even some of the code that goes with the CSS that goes with it. This is actually a very good, there's a supporting document that I'm going to give you to go with this, which has all the links to all the design systems I wanted to show you, as well as additional resources, templates, and boilerplates for designing, creating your own design system. This particular design system, MailChimp has actually given it out so anybody can use it and now develop their own based on it. It's in GitHub. The link is also included in what I'm sharing with you. So I'm not going to bother with the other ones. As I said, the document I'm going to send across with this has all the links so you can go and review yourself. Now, this is this slide that you're seeing with deals with the the operating system guidelines, material design, Apple's design, and Fluent design by Microsoft. Just as you saw with MailChimp, each of the operating systems has their guidelines. Guidelines are not necessarily strict, but best case, this is what you should do. We advise you follow these guidelines if you want it to look good on our operating system. Each is very different. Example, material guidelines, their base font is 16 pixels or 16 points or 1M, depending on what you're saying. While Apple deals in points. Points and pixels are not the same. Their basic font is 17 points for normal text. Then for a large sentence, you have 21 points.
So guys, I think we're having another technical difficulty, so let's just wait for our speaker to be back.
Each one differs. The material guideline will tell you that, okay, this having this problem, having this problem, having this problem. Okay, I appear to have now learned what the problem is. You can hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Hello? Okay, sorry, we're having a lot of wonderful issues coming up today with this presentation, but we must persevere and we must finish. That it, I think I know what the best thing for me to do is. I'll just pin this thing. What seems to be happening is that after a while, it will revert and go to the other link for some strange reason. And therefore, you hear static because the two screens are basically outputting the same thing. All right, so I think we're back. You're seeing my presentation? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we can. So guys, I think our speaker is experiencing some problems. Um, Ma'am, are you still there? Okay.
Well, I guess this just goes to show that internet problems are international. So let's just sit back and wait a bit because the workshop part is coming up very soon. So let's wait for our speaker. Hello, ma'am.
Hello?
Hello, ma'am.
Sorry, we're having wonderful issues with connection at this moment. Quite unfortunate. Well, it is what it is. All right. The next thing that we're going to deal with, still under design systems. I'm trying to rush through this so that we have enough time for the practical session. Um, Now, under design systems, there's a current philosophy that's going around called atomic design, which says the best way for you to create a design system is by breaking everything down to its fundamental units. It follows basic chemistry to an extent and then diverts. So you have atoms. Atoms are key points such as a button, a headline, a radio button, an icon. These are atoms. Molecules are, just as in chemistry, a combination of atoms. So, sorry, excuse me, 1 second. Just 1 second. Sorry, apologies for that. Apologies for that. All right. The next thing, as I said, molecules is a combination of atoms. So you have a text box and a search icon. That is a search box. That is a molecule because it's combining two atoms. Then you have organisms. Organisms are a combination of various molecules and atoms. So, example, your masthead, which is the top part of your website, where you have your logo, your navigation, and the rest. All these points are atoms and molecules. Your logo is an atom. Your navigation is a series of atoms combined, so that's a molecule. So you have links. You may also have your search box there, which, as we've already discussed, is a molecule. So you have two molecules and an atom forming an organism. Next thing you have is templates, similar to a wireframe, where you now begin to show that, okay, this is where my masthead is. These are the units that make up my masthead. This is where a picture should go. This is where this text will go. This is a H1, this is a H2, this is a H3, and basically putting the layouts. And then pages are now formed when you actually put content into it. You move from low fidelity to mid or high fidelity. That's a page. So this is a system that a lot of people use. And it's pretty much what we're going to do. These are just the elements of said system. Now, before we jump into the prototyping proper, we are going to look at some of the UX fundamentals, laws that guide UX design. I'm not going to go, I'm just going to give you a very brief overview. As I said, I have a companion notes that goes with this that I'll give you access to, that has greater explanations as well as links to articles and other resources that will give you a broader overview of this. Now, I will look at Jacob's Law in particular, because this is, I think, one of the more important ones. Jacob's Law states that your users spend far more time on other websites and other apps than yours. So therefore, you must make your app similar to what they already know. Consistency and uniformity of sorts. There are established patterns or mental models that exist. Users are used to things happening in a particular way. You do not go and reinvent the wheel. A button should do what a button should do. When you go to the login screen, almost all sites have the same login. Email, password, login. Okay, you don't have an account, you want to sign up, here's the sign up box. Almost every site you go to follows that same system. Why? Because we have successfully taught people that that's how it's done. So you deviating from that, you cause friction or cognitive overload. The person starts wondering, okay, so what do I do? And the system is no longer simple. It is no longer logical, and it has now become intrusive. So those are the things that you look at. Another one we talked about briefly is serial position effect. All things, when we're looking at design fundamentals, all 5 boxes were lined up together. You could tell that they were part of the series. They're all in the same place. They all, therefore, must be united. That's also the law of commonality. When all these things are together, we deem it that they belong together. They are all similar things. Now, serial position effect says that when you have groups like this, people have a tendency to remember the first thing they see and the last thing they see. And in marketing, what you do, and also in design, is that you know that people will remember these points more. So you put the more important things at the beginning and at the end of the sequence, because most of what's in the middle, they won't see. Even when people use heat maps to note where users actually focus on a page, there are 2 common patterns. There's an F pattern. So people will look from usually where your search bar is, look across to the logo, go down, look across briefly, then continue straight down. So anything that isn't in that path tends to be ignored. The Z pattern is also another pattern that is recognized, although not as frequently as the F pattern. So you take that into consideration when designing. My key thing should be above the folds. That's a newspaper speak or publishing speech, because usually a newspaper is folded and kept where it's being sold. So it's what you see at the top of the paper that you usually will determine whether you're going to buy the paper. The same thing applies in the newsletter or website. the top portion before the user begins to scroll is usually where you put your call to action. This is what we are, and this is what I want you to do. Then the user is like, okay, yeah, okay, I want to continue from this. So the excitement, the visual stimulation should be primarily at the top and then towards the bottom. So that's pretty much it. So we're going to start with the prototyping from there. So we will be using XD to do prototyping. I hope you have the application ready. Hello, hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. Any questions? I expect questions. No, no, there must be questions. There must be questions. Are there any brands or websites that are an example of bad UX? Yes, half of the sites you see are bad UX. For simple reasons. There's something that is not discussed quite frequently. It's called dark UX, where users, designers understanding psychology of use, force users to do things that they don't want to do. I'll give you an example. When you download an app, usually you can use Figma. There are going to be some differences, but it's pretty much the same thing, so no problem. I am tool agnostic. It's not the tool, it's the process. As I've mentioned in other discussions, you use the best tool for the job, as well as a tool that is given to you by wherever you work. Some people say, okay, Figma is an industry standard. Not necessarily. There are other companies who use XD. That is what they use. Why do they use it? Because the company has the Adobe Creative Suite already. So why am I going to pay for something else when I already have everything I need in one place? So those are some of the things that you look at. So go ahead. If Figma is what you have, then use the Figma. Don't have an issue with that. So yeah, as I was saying about bad design, you download an app and then the onboarding screen starts, and you have no way of escaping the onboarding screen. You're forced to finish this onboarding. You cannot skip and say, okay, I don't want to do this. I simply want to just go ahead. I don't want to log in. I just want to go to the application. You're forced to do it. Or you have cases where the button that should be the primary button is not the primary button. It's muted a little bit, and the button that has emphasis is one that's telling you to buy, which wasn't where your mind is. Or the buttons look so similar that you're not sure which button you're pressing because they instead want you to buy whatever it is they're selling. So those are examples of bad UI. I cannot call out a specific site and say, okay, this site is a bad site, unless it's a terrible site. So there's that. So the things that you have to watch out, some are from the design perspective. The design is terrible. It's just a terrible design. There are some cases where people don't follow the UX principles correctly in terms of they use wrong colors, they use the wrong contrast, so you can hardly read what's there. The color combinations are off. They do not use colors that either complement themselves or are naturally in sync. In color theory, I'm sure people covered color theory in the last presentation that you did, and you have analogous, monochromatic schemes, and these colors naturally live well together. Triad colors, they are on adjacent points on the color chart, and so somehow they work. But when you use colors that are discordant, it's unattractive and doesn't make you want to use the site.
does not have
So
states,
let's
which XD does. So a state,
one
as you
second.
know, a button can exist in numerous states. It can be the default
Okay.
button, it's live.
I
It
want
could be
to
hovered
try and
over
link
on
my
a desktop device.
XD.
So
I've
that is a
opened.
state.
Now,
It could be
what I've
disabled.
done
That is a
with
state. Now in
XD
Figma, you will have to design
is,
each
oh my
of
goodness,
these states
wow.
individually. With XD, I only need one component. And in that one component, I can include all my states inside that one
Yes, ma'am.
component. So I don't need to design 5 buttons in 5 different states, just one button. Yeah, for some reason, everything is just going mad at once. The system that I'm actually using for my what I wanted to use for the XD presentation has died. So I'm logged onto another system now. But the design system that I'd wanted to use is not there. I'll still send it across to you, but we can still go ahead. I have another project I've been working on that does have a design system that we can use. So we'll just work with that. It's taking a little bit of time to load, but as I had asked Nix that she should give you the supporting material so that you could at least have that to start looking at. That, as I said, has all the resources that I may have alluded to during the presentation so that you can read and digest at your own time. But I believe that there should be questions. If you actually learn something from it, there should be 1,001 questions that come about from this presentation. So let's use the next few minutes and answer one or two more questions, or I may be the one that has to ask questions to be sure that you've gotten what we have been discussing. So if we use the next 5 minutes or so for additional questions, I think we would be good. For the person who wants to use Figma, there are going to be one or two issues that they will have. The difference between the two design tools is that Figma, as of yet, does not have states, which XD does. So a state, as you know, a button can exist in numerous states. It can be the default button, it's live. It could be hovered over on a desktop device. So that is a state. It could be disabled. That is a state. Now in Figma, you will have to design each of these states individually. With XD, I only need one component. And in that one component, I can include all my states inside that one component. So I don't need to design 5 buttons in 5 different states, just one button, and then include all the necessary states inside. So you only see one button, but it contains everything. Although I attended the Figma Config Europe that they did, where they were showing some of the new features they're going to have. As of January, Figma is going to introduce something called variants, similar to components, but not quite. It's not quite the same thing. You still have to design out the states, but you can now combine them. So you design out all the states, group them together, and then you can prototype between the states and say, okay, if the person clicks this, do this. If they hover, then show this state instead. If they do like this, then do this. So that is as of ending of January, Figma will be able to do that. But as of now, that's oh, wonderful. That is not going to happen at for now. So you just have to fake it until you make it with Figma. Now, one of the questions that I saw, since we have design systems and consistency, how do we stop our designs from looking monotonous? That is why I said they are guidelines. Guidelines are not the same as rules. A rule is static. You cannot deviate from that. A guideline, it says, these are what we consider to be best practices. We advise that you do this. It's not set in stone per se, but these are general rule of thumb. Another person says, okay, let me just finish that. It's a general rule of thumb. So it's in terms of how you use the design fundamentals and the UX principles, the interactions that we have already covered that will determine how it looks. Because just changing your typesets, your typeface, what kind of font you are using, changes the design instantaneously. Fonts are like people, they have character and personality. So Comic Sans, if you, for example, if you were to use Comic Sans, automatically you're not really going to take that design seriously unless maybe it's for children. Then that font is appropriate for that, but it changes the look and feel of the site. Your color choices also light up, but it works as if it were. So I think this thing has finally decided to open up. Let me see if, because this system I am using right now is not my
Okay guys,
default
I think
system.
may problem gyapon sa internet connection ng ating speaker.
And the RAM is
I
much
hope.
more
Oh,
slow.
Vic, can you speak in
My
English or
device
Filipino? I
actually
feel like we
change
have
the
a
look of it. And it's not
Filipino.
just color choices,
Oh,
it's
okay.
color. Now I'm playing around with two prototyping tools, actually three. There's Pi, there's Framer X, then the other one that I just started playing around with, but that's not so much a response time tool as it is all right, any more questions? A no-code editor. So that allows you to build out your design system and build a working app or website without having to code necessarily. It just, you output your logic and it will build out the app on your behalf. So there are lots of, if you look at the resource file that I gave you before, you'll see that I listed a lot of tools, both for UX. There's another one, UX Pin, which is actually very, very good. That one actually is dynamic. Now you build out your prototype, but the user can actually use it. What we do with Figma and Adobe at the moment is that we fake the interaction. The reason behind the design system is that when somebody clicks an area where the password is supposed to be, we've already thought that, okay, this person is going to do this, and we key it out. So the person actually doesn't really interact with it. But with tools like Framer X and UX Pin, the user can actually key in information as if they are using a live app. And you set the logic behind it. Okay, if the person enters this, then this will happen. If they enter this, then oh no, it's an error state. Tell them that they put in the wrong password. You actually build it out, and but it's still prototyping. It's not a live app, but it works as if it were. So this thing has finally decided to open up. Let me see if because this system I am using right now is not my default system. So it doesn't have most of the features that I use, and the RAM is much, much slower. My device is actually set up for development. So massive RAM, massive hard drive, massive. This one is more for documentation and storage for work, not for building up projects. So it's a little bit slow in its response time. All right, any more questions?
Just one last one, ma'am, from the audience.
Once that happens, your system is no longer perfect. As of the time. Okay. Okay,
So
Ralph,
the
Mark,
checkbox. Mm-hmm.
question regarding the laws of design. Is it possible, fact, yeah, I'm seeing that. I'm responding to that now. Laws of design. Is it possible to create a perfect UI by following them? No. There is no such thing as a perfect system. You have a near perfect system. You can have fabulous system. As I said, the whole reason behind.
Hi, ma'am. Sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt your presentation.
Mm-hmm. I've seen
Yeah, I'm
it.
hearing
I
you.
have unmuted. I have
Hi, ma'am.
unmuted,
Sorry
yes.
to interrupt your presentation.
I did that before I came in, so you would not hear me while I was lamenting on my system not opening what I wanted it to open when I wanted it to open. All right, so let me just quickly backtrack. This is the tail end of the product designing timeline. You've finished with developing your business rules, you finished with the information architecture, you finished building up your databases, you've done all the analytics, you've done everything. Now you already have an idea of, okay, this is going to be the structure of the app or the website or whatever it is that you're developing. I'm going to have so many pages. I have my about, my help, my contacts, all those things. You have an idea of the internal architecture, because when we talk of information architecture, we tend to think of, okay, this is my home, this is page one, page two, page three. But there's also what you call internal information architecture. Even within the page, there is a hierarchy of information, how your information is structured and laid out. So that's all done. Then we get to the fun parts, which is the designing itself. Now, one of the first things you'll do is a mood board. You look for inspiration for your design. What do I need to do? What makes sense? What would work? What sites are going to be interesting for this thing that I'm going to do? So, for example, we're building out a coffee shop app. So, what would we do? We'd look at coffee shops, existing ones, or things that make us think about coffee. The design prompt for this is develop an app for a coffee shop in New York City. So not only will we look at coffee shops, we look at New York as a whole. What elements signify New York? What do you think of when you think of New York City? The Big Apple, the taxi cabs. There's so many things that make you think about New York and coffee. So we do the exploration. We look at our influences or divine influences, sites that we like, elements from other sites. We look at typography that may work. So as you can see on this, we have different type treatments, illustrations, pictures from coffee shops, from websites that deal with coffee shops, interior design elements. We look at things concerning New York City. This is one of their sports teams. You check everything that fits into that vibe. Well, it said New York as well, so we're looking about things about New York, taxis. I love New York. That's iconic. Anywhere you go, you see that. So you notice that yellow and red are actually very prominent colors when it comes to New York. But we look at the typography. It seems that a lot of these kind of sites use display or cursive handwritten fonts. So that might be an element we want to utilize. You can see even ideas for color begin to come in. What are the general tones and colors that you may take into consideration when dealing with a coffee shop? So we also do some color explorations. Now, if I go to the next slide, we go there now. We will look at elements of, we'll now begin to consider the palettes, what colors go together. We can even look at it from a seasonal standpoint. Like now is typically known as autumn. Well, there's a process to everything. It's step by step. Now, we look at the palettes. What are the colors? Why do we have these colors? We are talking about a design system. This is all fundamental to a design system. Elements come in. Why are we doing this? We've looked at some color patterns, some pictures, and from there begin to develop color patterns from our mood board as well. So we start looking at and then select a particular color pattern that may work for us. Now for this particular design I've done, this is number 2 on this, and then I'm also looking at the autumn color scheme to work. The next thing is your typography. You have to develop your typographic rhythm. How does your text flow? What is a H1? What is a H2? These are all fundamental elements of your design system. You cannot have a design system if you don't know what your text is like. We looked at an existing type system, a design system from MailChimp, and we saw the elements that were covered. These are things you must do and must think about before you talk of the design system. Now, fonts. I am using 3 fonts here. On average, you should use not more than 4, preferably 1 or 2. I'm using 3. 2 are related fonts. We have Space Mono and Space Grotesque and Actress Grotesque. The fonts pair quite well together because they have a similar X height. So they will go well together. I will share this design system with you later so you can go through and pick through and see what everything is about. Now, one of the reasons that I'm using Adobe is because you have an assets panel. Now, if you look at your panel, you're seeing where I am. You have 3 buttons at the bottom. One deals with assets, one deals with the layers where we are right now, and the other deals with plugins. Now, the component panel is where we really need to look at. My component panel is developed from all these things that I have. I've chosen my palettes, so I've gone through and set up my color assets on this, which means I can just click on it and apply, click and apply. And if I change anything here, it will automatically update wherever this asset is used. My typography is also set here in terms of my character styles. A lead is content that is not H1 to H6. If you look at some sites, you see that they have like a massive headline text. That's called a lead. So it's larger than, it's not something that is used quite often in your site. Maybe it's actually me using a component. I have a single component for my menu, and I've applied it to each one. This is some of the stuff you're going to do. This is prototyping. So I can click on something and be moved to the necessary area. These are some of the things that we're going to do. All right, so these are the components. I'll show you how to build out components. But these elements I have set out as components, so I don't need to lay out an article again. I have it as a component. I just drag it into my screen and I can use it there. Then change the text as I wish. My icons are there. My avatars are all there. Everything is there. These are my input systems. Now you can see that it's actually reacting. This is the default one, and then these are just showing instances that, okay, this is what a hover looks like. Which maybe the only place you use it or for marketing or advertising, it changes. This also is a type. This shows the error states, what is success, laying down all my units, and I have saved them as components, so I do not need to build them again. All I need to do is come back to the original. I like this this component. There and automatically this is wonderful. All my changes will flow through. we go again. This is a switch. I don't know what is with me and this your is a component. We're going to build things out. All right. So we're going to start now. Hang on. This time I decided to save it. These are the kind of things that we're going to do. These are our cards. Now, this card is made up from the components that I had built before. Remember the atomic design system, where you take atoms, molecules, and form them into things. So this is a molecule, which will go into the main page, but it is made up of atoms. So my H3 is an atom. This category line is an atom. It's there in the design system. This so all right, style types. What you're seeing going on here is actually me using a component. I have a single component for my menu, and I've applied it to each one. This is some of the stuff you're going to do. This is prototype. So I can click on something and be moved to the necessary area. These are some of the things that we're going to do. All right, so these are the components. I'll show you how to build out components. Now, I said, but these elements I have set out as components, so I don't need to lay out an article again. I have it as a component. I just drag it into my screen, and I can use it there. Then change the text as I wish. My icons are there. My avatars are all there. Everything is there. These are my input systems. Now you can see that it's actually reacting.
Yes,
this
ma'am.
is the default one, and then these are just showing you instances that, okay, this is what a hover looks like, but this is actually active. So you note when I go over it, it changes. This also is a type. This shows the error states, what is success, laying down all my units, and I have saved them as components, so I do not need to build them
Ma'am,
again.
I think
All I need to do
your
is come back to
presentation
the
was
original. I'm seeing it's connecting again. Or the primary component, edit it there, and automatically all my changes will. These are the things that you do in prototyping. It's fabulous at this point in time. So I'm sharing the new example. This is a component. We're going to build things out like that. These are our buttons. Using the hover state, disabled states. These are the kind of things that we're going to do. That's what we're going to deal with. These are our cards. Now, this card is made up from the components that I had built before. If you remember the atomic design system, where you take atoms, molecules, and form them into things. So this is a molecule, which will go into the main page, but it is made up of atoms. So my H3 is an atom. This category line is an atom. It's there in the design system. This is also a component that's built out as an atom. This is an atom. So this is what we are going to learn how to do now. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to open up XD. On the right-hand side of your desktop, a list will come out showing you the various screen sizes. And I'm going to open up a new one. From there, you would select a plain document. Now, I said we're going to deal with an app. So we're not dealing with a website. So we're going to use the iPhone. If you click the drop down, you can choose the device size that you need, but we're going to deal with an iPhone X. So that's what we're going to select. Can you see my screen?
yes, ma'am.
You are seeing XD. Are you still with me? A new XD file.
Yes, ma'am.
Has not been labeled, has not been titled. Just a plain 375 by 840. So if they've opened,
Ma'am, I think your presentation was gone.
I'm seeing it's connecting again, because I've moved to the live stream that we're going to use now. I'm going to start with a blank document just as you are. It's open. It's just for it to connect. The network is fabulous at this point in time. So I'm sharing the new one, and as I've advised, everybody should open up a new document
Guys, thank you so much for your
using
continued
the iPhone
patience.
Guys,
X
kaya pa
as
guys.
the document size. That's what we're going to deal with.
But so far, how are you guys doing? Were you able to follow along with what Mom was saying about the artboard?
Yay, thank you so much for the response. Yes. Oh, thank you.
So I just heard from our speaker. Something's wrong with Chrome, so she's just restarting that. So let's hold on a while longer, and then we'll move on to the actual hands-on part. Thank you. Hi, ma'am.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Sorry, this is one technology is not helping, and it's not helping that it's raining here, so it's affecting the network quite severely. So you can see XD now. I have opened an iPhone X. Have you opened yours? So
Yes,
that we
ma'am.
can run through this. All right. Now, my case is going to be a little bit different. As you see, I've already created my design system. Now, one of the reasons that you use a tool like XD or Figma is it allows you to use your library, the assets you've created, and add it to whatever new document you're creating. And you can share it with your team, and your team can access it. Because this is a free account, I can't actually share it with you people to use, unless I were to give you the physical one and then you now link it. But it has to be in the cloud for you to link it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to link my assets. I've gone to the cloud and I am going to pick out this design system that I just showed you. What it's going to do now is it's going to import, as you just saw, all my assets came in. That is my design system. I have now linked my design system to my application. So all my assets have been brought down. I don't need to start creating assets again. They're all here for me. I just drag and drop and pick what I want to pick. Now, for you, because most of you have no idea how to use the system, I'm going to drag out one of my assets, and then I'm going to show you how to create it. It may not seem that exciting, but actually this is just what design systems basically come down to. So I'm going to drag one in to the application screen. Oh boy. Yes, I'm aware there's no instance. Okay. So for me, this is my primary button, full width, specifically for the mobile. I have some other smaller ones that can be used. Now this is my primary button. If I were to actually run the app, if I run over it, you'll notice that the hover works. That is prototyping, but how do we do this? Now I'm going to go get my rectangle tool, and I'm going to draw out a regular rectangle. My dimensions here show the width and the height. Now, I am more, I do more Android-based designs because that is the primary tool here. iOS is not that popular or that common, so you would develop more for Android than anything else. Now, even at that, some of the design rules or guidelines are similar across both platforms. The size of your button on average should be 48 pixels in height. Width is not set, but height usually is. That's the tap zone. The size of the human finger, on average, that 48 points is sufficient for you to be able to tap it with your thumb and not tap something else by mistake. So I tend to go a little bit bigger and go at 56, which is the same as what's here. Then I will now take the text tool, which is this, or just click T will activate the text tool, and click somewhere on my device. And now type in register. As you can see, no style is written. The style that's applied is not the same as what I have in my design system. So I've just put that there. I will select both the text and the button and use my alignment tools at the top to center it horizontally and vertically, so it's nicely placed. Now, because I have my design system, I will go to my type styles or character styles, as we call it here, and select the one that is for my button. This is why you have a design system, so it makes design easy. Now, my buttons, I have 3 button sizes. I'm going to use the giant one. That's 24 points. Bold. Now you can see what XD does for you. When you're moving, it brings out guides to show you, okay, this is about the right area. It shows you how far from the top, how far from the bottom, and how far from the ends. To also bring that up without having to drag, you can press the Alt key and click on the element you're interested in seeing. So you can see that my text is 17 points from the top of the button, 17 from the bottom, 103 from the side, and 104 from the other side. So that's it. Now I will select both and I will group it, make it one unit. Now to do that is Control and G, or you can right click and group it. To ungroup it, you can see the shortcut keys are there. Shift, Control, and G to ungroup. But this is what we're interested in right now. So I've grouped it. It's one unit. So when I move it, it now moves as one object. It's no longer text and a rectangle. That's the first part. Now, what I expect is that when somebody clicks on my button, it should change color to let them know that it has been activated. Now, usually hover does not work on mobile devices, although for the newer model of iPads, they actually have implemented the hover state. So if I'm using my touch pen, I can touch on it, it will show that I'm in a hover state, but normally it won't. But for a web page, yes, hover works. So we are going to implement a hover state now. What I tend to do is I will drag out another copy and design what I want it to look like, to have an idea of what's going to look before I make a component. So to duplicate this, Control and D will make a second copy. And I just drag it out. The other way to do it is to press Alt and then drag on the element. It will bring it out. Sorry, sometimes it works, sometimes it does its own thing. Aha, now it's decided to work. So I've decided that when the person clicks on button or it's in a press state, I want the font to expand a little bit. So I will draw it out, make it a little bit bigger. I've also determined that when the person has clicked on it, or that's in its active state, I want the color to change. So I don't want that white button. I want it to be, let's say, gray. And I want the text color to be something else. So let me go for this. That this is what I want my active states to be like. That's my determination. So what I will now do is I'll go to my button and I will make it a component. Now with XD, there are multiple ways to do it. You can go to the side panel and on the cross, make a component, and it will automatically make a component. If you look at my asset panel, you'll see that a new component has been added. It is called component 3 because I didn't name it before I made it. It will automatically just name it in sequential order. And that's why it's necessary to name your layers properly and your group. So once you make it a component, it will automatically name it for you. So is everybody at this stage? You have all made a component. Hello? Hello? Okay, yes, all right, thank you. All right, so the next thing to do is we need to make the second stage of the component. So we'll go back to the layers and you open up the component. Now, because it's not named, you can see group 21, 22, but the component that I brought from my design system is named. So it's BT, that's my shortcode for button. It shows you as a primary, and FW lets you know it is full width. That's this one. By right, when I create a group like this, I should actually just name it, and I'll call it button. Primary. That's it. So when I make this one a component, it will have the name. And when you go to the component panel, you will see that it has the appropriate name. So I know what is what. All right, so back to our components and our, where are they? Yeah, our own. Now, you have your default state. That is your primary state, what it looks like when nothing has happened. So we now want to create the second state, which is the hover state. Just click. You can create a new state directly, or if you click on hover state, XD will automatically wire it up for you. to show you that view. So I want a hover state. I can rename it and call it whatever I want to call it, but that is hover. Now, nothing has changed. I'm still in the same component, but I can now begin to impact the component. And I said, okay, this rectangle or the background of the button, I want to change its color. I can go to my asset panel, my components panel, and take a color from there or different colors. So I'm going to give it a border. I think, okay, this will work. I decided I don't want it to have a fill. So I can either set the transparency here to 0, so there's no background, or from here, I can set the opacity. But if I do it this way, it's going to affect the border. So I will usually set it the other way. I'd set it by changing the fill directly and put nothing. I want my border to be a little bit thick, so 2 points, and I want rounded corners. Rounded corners are viewed to be more approachable, softer, more user-friendly, while square buttons or buttons with a hard edge are more formal and more strict. So we want to make it an approachable app. So I'm going to go for multiples of 8 because with system for my layouts. So most of my elements are factors of 8 or what works best with this unit. If you notice, my height was either 48, 52, 64, like that. Even my type scale still fits in to between 4 to 8 points. Google advises 8 points. Even iOS advises an 8-point grid. Google even goes a step further in stating that you should have a 4-point grid. Especially with active. Let's say I'm using it as a menu button. So I want the person to know that this is where you are in the menu. So let me play with this a little bit, change the background so that they know for sure that's where they are, and I change my color to this. And I get rid of my border. So this is going to be my active state. Going to center this properly. That's it. So this is my active state.
Hi, ma'am. I think you've stopped sharing your screen.
For me, I'm seeing my screen as shared. Oh no, the network has gone mad. Surprisingly, I'm shocked you can even hear me. If the it has done its work again. 1 second, let me open it back. If something has gone wrong with your link, because I've gone back to the page, the link I was using to share my desktop, and it's just telling me to enter a code. It doesn't connect me again to it.
Oh, ma'am, I think for that instance, the code that you can enter is the link for this specific call.
Then that is when we now have issues with feedback. That's where we start having the feedback issues. All right, so I'm just going to present directly from, if this thing messes up again, I'll just share directly from the main meeting screen. All right, you're seeing my screen again? Can you confirm that you are seeing my
Yes,
screen?
ma'am.
All right. My sincere apologies for this. I don't normally have this problem when I'm doing a Zoom meeting. I don't know what's wrong. Although I think the last time myself and Nicole spoke, we had a lot of issues with this Google Meet. All right, so as I said, we now have 3 states. Register is the default state. We have the hover state, and then we have an active state. So, as we said, we don't need to prototype the hover state. XD has done that for us. If you note, default state, what is the interaction? It is a hover. What is the action? Auto animate. And where is it going? It is going to the hover. You have your easing. Ease out means it comes in slowly, then goes out quickly. Ease in means it comes in slowly, sorry, it comes in fast and goes out slowly. Then ease in, ease out means it comes in, slows down, then speeds up to go out. There's snap, there's wind up, there's bounce. Those other ones, rarely are they used. More often than not, you use in, out to give a smoother motion to your animation. So we are going to look at the hover state instead. When it is hovered over, I want that when the person clicks on the hover state, that is this interaction, you can either add it directly here by clicking and adding, showing it a tab, and then filling the information. I want it to also auto animate, and I want it to go to a state. That means I am animating within the components, not animating to another layer. So I want it to go to the active state. XD will automatically maintain the settings that you used for the last animation until you decide to change it. I can also have what are called multiple instant interactions. So I can have it tap, but I can also have it do something else within the same element. But I just want to click on the hover state for it to go to my active state. Then I want my active state to go to a new screen. So back to prototype. Active state. Click it, and then when they tap it, it should auto animate to either the artboard or a state. So in this case, I want an artboard. So it will go to this artboard. My easing settings are the same. Everything else is the same. But another way of doing it, if I disconnect this, I can just simply drag it like this, or I can set from here. This is the interaction I want. This is where I want it to go. So there are many ways of doing the same thing. So I'm almost afraid to run this thing because your connection and me are not friends at this moment. So once you've done that and connected your button to your new layer, you click on the play button. What it will do will open up XD again at the size of the screen that you're using. So you'll see the size of a desktop phone, you'll see a button, and if you're going to go ahead and click your button, it will do what you want it to do. But start from your default state, not your active state like I just did there. So you will see the whole thing run out. When your mouse goes over the register button, it will change to the hover state, showing you that you can click on it. If you click on it, it should take you to the registered state. If you now click on the registered state, it will take you to the new screen that you put. Did that work? Or should I slow down and go again? Hello? Hello?
Hi, ma'am. I think so far it's okay.
All right, because I don't forget there's no feedback. Unless you actually respond to me, I do not know what's going on. I'm talking in a vacuum. So I need also some level of oh my goodness. It's almost as if we are destined not to have this presentation. It is quite sad. Mm. All right, I'm going to take it that we are back and I will just continue as is. Or if I'm waiting, nothing is going to get done. All right, so I take it that the first prototype works. Yay or nay? Hello? Hello?
Hi, ma'am. The members are responding in the chat box.
Okay, because we cut out for a bit. Yay. Okay, that's good. Now we're going to go to the second part of these interactions. Now you're going to name this app whatever you want to name it. Just use the text tool and put in a name. I am going to put in login or welcome. And we're going to do a sign in. Same principle as for the button, but I'm going to teach you something else. Now, first and foremost, I did mention something about me using grids and guides for this. XD will automatically show you where you are, but it's sometimes easier to work when you have a visual representation. Now with XD, you notice that the minute that my mouse head is close to the edge, the arrow changes and it shows me that I can actually draw out a grid. So there's my grid. Sorry, my guide. And it also is contextual, will show me in relation to where I am, the measurements. So you can see 3, 4, 1, and 16. So it shows me I'm 16 away from my right edge and 341 from the other line that I did. Now this is a little bit too large. As I said, I'm going to use the material guidelines for my own design. It's a little bit finicky, so sometimes you have to zoom in a little bit to see the thing properly and adjust it to the right measurement. So yeah, 16 on both sides. To zoom in and to zoom out, to zoom in is Control plus. That will enlarge it, and to go back in is Control and your minus key. Those are the handy shortcuts. Then I'm going to also do a grid. Now, if you look at the bottom, you highlight the particular screen you're on. You can also do top grids as well. Now, if you're using something like iOS, you have to remember that there's a notch at the top. So you design with that in mind. So that's usually about 48 down. That should be the allowance you're making. For material, if you look at the top bar and the application bar itself, it's about 100, between 80 to 100 pixels. So you can make an allowance and put it down to about 80. That takes the top area into consideration. Then you have your navigation bar. Again, there I tend to go, okay, sorry, I've forgotten that for XD, you don't have a bottom guide, still the same top guide that you have to drag down. And I tend to go for about 96 for my navigation area. So those are my guides. But I did mention that I use an 8-point grid. So you have an option for layouts. Now, some of you are familiar with this kind of grid layout from web design if you've used Bootstrap or any of the frameworks. This is the kind of grid structure that they use. And it's the same thing with Bootstrap. You'll have something like call-md-6 to tell you that for a medium-sized screen, it occupies 6 columns. But I'm not interested in this kind of layout. I want squares. And mine is automatically set. This is my default for 8 points. So it will automatically, each dot you see here is 8 points. You can see it tallies up with the guides that I put in place. This is 16, this is 16. So I'm just using the general principles of material design. but not being a slave to it. So this is my header, this is my H2, this is my inputs. I'm going to stretch it across completely. So it's going to be full width. I'm going to duplicate this. So I have one for your name, I have one for your password. Then I'm going to take my button, the button that we have just created, that was this our component 3, and I'm going to drag it in and place it. So there, that's part of the design system. I do not need to replicate. But this is a little bit short when compared to the other input, the other elements I have. So I want to expand it. I double click inside and then I just simply draw it out. But you're like, this is a component. Doesn't it affect the main components that I'm tampering with this one? No, it doesn't. This is not the master component or the primary component. It's an instance. So I can do different things to the instance without it affecting the master. But if I make a change to the master, it will trickle down to all the components. Anything that I have not amended in the instance will be affected by the master. By that, I mean, I have changed the width now of this, my instance. If I make any change to the master component, it will change everything else apart from this change that I made. Even if I change the font style and say, okay, I want it to be lowercase, it would not be changed. If I decided to change the button, the curvature that I wanted, instead of 16, a 16 margin radius, as or border radius, I don't want 16, I want 8 for this button. I can change it. The master will not override it unless I ask it to override. So that's a button. But something you must pay attention to, the other states will not change. I also have to update the states. So you click the state you want and then make the change that you want. This should not happen. So I've expanded. So you should be building something that looks like what I have. And it will not be that hard because you already have a components. So now we're going to put on text to tell people what to do. So name, okay. Username / email. And I want to repeat that. I'm putting password. Now, what we're going to do is that when the user clicks into the input, the label is going to move from inside the input field to the top. So it will serve as an actual label. It will not be a placeholder. It will change from a placeholder to a live label. So maybe when this happens, sometimes when XD is saving, it just decides to hang you. You can't do anything until it has done what it wants to do. So, okay, I know what just happened now. Okay, that's one. I will duplicate it and just draw it down here and change this to password. Okay, so we have an idea of what we want to do. We want, as I said, I tend to design out my states. So I see what I want to do, have an idea what the end result is going to look like, and then build it into the natural state, just like we did with the button. Whenever this thing is saving, it's always a problem. I have to jump out, go back. This is one of the problems I have with X. I'm going to group these elements together so I know it's one unit. I'm going to work with it as this. I'm going to make a copy of this, the username, and I'm going to build out the interaction that I want, what I want it to look like at the final stage. Now, I've said I want the placeholder to become a label. So I'm going to shift it up. I'm maintaining 8 points between the two parts. I want it to be left aligned. And therefore, I think I'm going to reduce the size to 16 points, okay? And this is the design I want. So this is what I want to happen when the user clicks in. And then I also want there to be a cursor to show that the input should go here. So I put a line. This is just a simple line tool. You can also use a pen, something that's there. This is what I want my final state to be like. So I'm going to go create a component. I'm going to create the new state, and I'm now going to do all the things that I had planned out. I just use this as a reference, and I'll get rid of it once I've done what I want to do. But it's also always useful to have a reference. So and that's it. Okay, I said I want a line as well. I can actually just steal this line and cut it, go back into my element and then paste it. Going to move a little bit, but I just not position it where I want it to be. So that's it. Then I go into prototype mode. Make sure you're in the right state. If you go to your default now, you see this is how you start, and then this is the next thing that should happen. So fine. So we go back to the default, we set it up, and we say, okay, when the person taps into this place, what is the next thing? We want to move to a new state, not a new artboard, and say I want to go to state 2. We're also saying that when the person is in state 2, what happens when they click out? Now, there's several things that can happen. I can create another state to show as if somebody has put in input, but anything I have in my end state, I should typically have it in my first state if I want to use auto animate. If it's a simple transition, then it doesn't need to tally. But if I want it to actually animate fluidly, what is in part 1 must be in part 2. Otherwise, you will not be able to have that auto animating flow. So things that I wanted to do that in design mode, I go to opacity and set it as 0, so it doesn't show. I can also, while my focus is on the object, click 0 on my numerical keypad, and it will automatically change transparency. If I click 1, it will make it 10%, 2, 20, 3, 30, 4, etc., etc. And as you notice, my opacity is changing here as well, just by clicking on a number in the keyboard. So this is what I want. Let me go back to the other state and make sure that it does transition properly. This is another reason you should name your layers. Because if you name them, then you can be sure that it is the right thing that you're transitioning to. It's easier to make sure you're in the right direction when everything is properly named. Okay, so back to the transitioning, I said I want another state. I'm going to put a new state, and this will be an input mode. I'm going to ignore some things and just duplicate this text, bring it down, position it centrally. My lines show me when I'm centered, and put a new username. Can sometimes be a little bit funny. Okay. I just said that's my username, and I put my tab back where it's going to be. So these are my 3 states of animation. If you're having issues, please let me know so I can, if I need to repeat something, I go back. But so far, we're just building upon what we've been doing. So state, this is my default state, this is my secondary state when the person clicks in, and this is my third state when inputs has been added. Now to prototype, same thing. Tap, take me to state 2. I go to state 2 and I say I also want a tap and take me to state 3. And on state 3, when I get to state 3, I say, okay, when the person taps, I want to maybe move to a new state or move to a new page. You can have components inside components inside components, which will be the next thing we will do in this. Because by right, when the person finishes adding the email, the focus should go to the password. So that is the next thing we're going to do, multiple components, another component inside another component, and then prototype that. But for now, we're not going to do anything. We're just going to leave it like this. So let's run this and see whether it works. If you click on that, the username email should move up to a label. Your inputs field should show, and then when you click, the name of the person or the username should now show. Did that work?
Yes, ma'am.
You are speaking for yourself. Everybody else, are you understanding, or do you need me to move back a few? So that we can move to the next one, which is grouping these components. Okay, all right, I'm getting a following from the chats. Now, what I'm going to do, instead of having this password, because this is an input field, this one is an input field, it can be reused. It's not about the content, it is just about the layout. So I'm going to duplicate this. So all of my settings are already there. You can see it shows you that it's an instance of, if you notice, this is a filled in diamond. So that shows you it is the main component. This is an instance or a copy of it. You can see that it is a hollow diamond. So this is how you know the real one. If you have a very large board and you're trying to find your master component, let's say you have 100 different screens and you're looking for the main component, you right click on the instance and you say edit the main components. It will automatically focus on the real components on which it is built. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here, I'm going to change this to password. Now, unfortunately, at this moment, XD does not transfer your information from state to state. So I have to go in and make the corrections. So, but I believe at the max that is coming up, that is one of the things that they're supposed to premiere. So that if I change anything on the top layer, all the related fields to that will change all the way through the states. So this also has to change. Okay. Right, so we have username, password. Now, what we can do is that we can take both and make another component. So I now have a new component, which is made up of these two components. If I open it up, you can see component one and its instance. Now, why am I doing this? Because I want something specific to happen. I want that when I am here, let me go back to prototype. Now, I want that when I click on state 3 here, I want it to go to this. But it's going to be kind of difficult because it will only understand its own states. So it only understands state 2 and 3 for itself, not for the main components, this one that is inside. So what would I do? The easiest way to go about this is to put an invisible field. So I'm just going to put a button, just draw out a rectangle, and then I'm going to remove the fill. I'm going to remove the fill and I'm going to remove the border. So it's invisible, you can't see anything. And I'm going to make sure it is within my components. I'm going to go inside and paste it. So it's inside the group components. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to state that when somebody is in this state, and they click on this, it should go to the next state. Now, that means I need to build out a new state here. So I'm going to go back here, default states. I'm going to create a new state. And I'm going to name it password. So I know that this is the state I want to go to. So this one, I'm going to click on 1. I'm going to go back to default. I'm going to go here. I'm going to make this now active. Very simple. So I have for the main one, that is the component that has the nested components, I have my default state, which was this. I have my password state, which was this. And I am now going to link them. Actually, my first state should not be this. My first state should be back here. Where are we? Yeah, this component is the default state of this. That's what we have. This is how we're going to start the whole component in a neutral state. Then we are going to have the user follow our process. So they're going to click on this and do what they're supposed to do. When they get to this state, 1, put a new state inside and say active user. So I know what I am doing. I am going to go here and then I'm going to put it in the state I want it to be in. So that is here. So if I go back here, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. It can be a little bit confusing. That's why I say it's usually good to map out your interaction before you start the component. So we start with our default state, we go here. And we say when the person clicks here, it should go to this. When they click initially, it should go to active user. When we are an active user, when the person clicks on this rectangle here, take them to the next state, which is password. I'm going to go back to my password state. That's this one. Password. Okay. Let's run it and see what happens. Yep. Okay. Did it work for you? Or is it confusing? I'm seeing one person who said it worked. Anybody else? Only one person is successful so far. Because there is no use me moving forward and you're not getting it. 1 second, I'm going to stop presenting and I'm going to push my prototype, my own prototype. Okay. All right, so I'm going to push mine and start from the scratch. And it is not showing what I wanted to show. Okay. Now, if you are seeing what I am seeing here, this is the screen that we had. So this is the same interaction you should have. When you click on the user, it opens up the input field. You click on the input field, it changes to the username. If you click again in the area that I suggested, it will now open up the password field. And if you click in the password field, it will fill in the password. Now, if we want to add additional complexity to it, we can now say that, okay, once the password is filled, then the button should now become active. It should actually have been disabled. So it's only when the person has filled in all the information you activate it. You already know how to create a button and how to make states in the button. You can also have a disabled state in your button and say, okay, if it's disabled, it should look in a particular manner. That one is also there. So did that work for you? Were you able to have the same kind of interaction I had? All right, so I'm seeing another person that said yes, they're fine with that. So I'm going to go back to XD and let's go to the next thing in XD. All right. So there's one other thing that I should show you that I have not shown you yet. Going to go back here. And it's a useful thing to know. For Figma, it's called auto layout, which means you can position things where they should be, and even when the object is resized or shifted, it will maintain its position within the asset. If you notice, anytime I wanted to change the button text, either to enlarge it or whatever, I would need to adjust it again to center it vertically and horizontally within the button. I actually do not need to do that. Now, I'm going to use this one as an example. I'm going to set everything. It is a group. Fine. Now, if you look at responsive resize and manual resize, let's look at it from the manual standpoint. You can set options and say, look, one is inside here, the top position should not change. So even if you draw it, it should still remain anchored to the top. Or no, I want it to anchor to the bottom. So even when you enlarge it, everything else may go, but this thing should stick to the bottom of the text. I always want it to be on the left, or always aligned perfectly with the left and right. It should maintain the distance. Also, XD will look at it and think, okay, what's the best thing to do? Now, padding. This brings in what is called content-aware layout, which means it takes into account what is inside this box. What is the padding? Okay, if this person adds something new, I want to maintain the padding. Let the padding not change, it should remain. Now, let me show you an example. Now I set it up and I decide I want to put add. What happens? My button changes size. But if you look at it, you will note that my padding, if I go to the group, my padding remains exactly as it was. It has not changed. So I can add as much context fixed. So I want a fixed width. The left and right should always be the same. And then when I now add, hopefully XD will not disappoint me, add to cart. So one side didn't change, the other side did. Add to cart and by one more. So it's done one thing in that the left side hasn't changed, the other side has, but it has kept the content in place. So when you're designing your buttons, you should look at the issue of being content aware. Now, another thing that XD has done, you can see as I'm moving it, it won't even allow me to change shape because I said it should be a fixed size. So it's not going to allow me to change. I click this inside now, I can adjust it. It will allow me to. But the other won't. I cannot change the size of the group. But if I go into the element, I can adjust its settings. Therefore, after then, it impacts the entire group. Now, another thing I'm going to show you, which is also useful for this, is the new feature stacks that has been added. I'm going to select everything here and I'm going to make it a group. Then I am going to add this stacks. Now XD has looked at my content and said, okay, it's going from up to down. So, okay, that works. I can change it to horizontal and it will arrange it horizontally, but that I don't need that. This is the best kind of layout for me. I'll just undo, that's Control Z. Now I decide that I want them to have equal spacing. So I said, okay, 40 points between each element. And then I decide, no, I want my button to be slightly in a slightly different location. I just click, it shows me the distance. I say, okay, this is fine. I don't want this. And if I delete, it moves everything else to fit the space. And if I add something new, it will also adjust the space to take into consideration what I've added that is new. Now, before you couldn't do this. You would have to individually add everything and one by one go and space. Now it's become a little bit more sensitive. So it does 40% of the design work you would have had to do earlier. So I want my button to move down here and stay there. Okay, that's part one. Now this button, we said no, it's not registered and okay, logging. You can see the difference now because I didn't set this as content aware. It does not do what the other one did, that it will automatically align itself and set itself. There's sometimes that you don't want that to happen, especially if you want to maintain the size of your assets, because you notice content aware shrinks it and expands it based on the text. I don't want that to happen here. Another way I could do it would be to frame this text inside an invisible box inside the button and set the content aware layout to that. So that inner box would change its position, not the outer box. The outer box would remain fixed. So there are little hacks that you do to maintain the order that you want. So the whole discussion was supposed to be about design system. So I'm going back to my design system. This is a H1 for me. I like my H1. And my welcome, I want it to be maybe this H2 or nah. I'm going to go for a H3. Why am I being so picky about the styling that I'm using? If you remember when we were doing the introduction to design fundamentals, we talked about things like visual hierarchy. Visual hierarchy means what is drawing my eye? Is there an order? Is there something? Do I know what is the most important part of a design? For me, I want you to know that you're coming to the happy cafe. The next most important thing is welcome. For me, that's the next most important. So I give it a second level of priority. But as soon as you look at the app, the first thing you want to see is the title. So I have given it prominence. Visually, it is at the top of the hierarchy. That is why you pay attention to your typographic scale and rhythm. What is a H1? What is a H2? And there should be contrast between your type. Contrast in this case, just like with the initial diagrams that you showed, that you had one that although they were all the same thing, one was slightly darker or slightly lighter, and that drew the eye there. The same thing with text. There should be contrast. It should be an obvious difference, not that they're close. So you're not too sure which one is the highest. It should be obvious. So this has made it obvious that we have different type sizes and type scales. Now, I decided that I wanted to change my type, but how does that reflect on other things? I need to change it all over. So what I'm just going to do is go to my main components, click on the field, and I have a particular style set for that and I just change it. So anywhere that that was or it is used, it will automatically reflect everywhere. And if I go back to my main design, you will note that the change has been made. So you can see it has changed just from me changing it one place. I have set it everywhere because my component, it is my component I am dealing with. I have set my change in my component and it has reflected in every single component that uses that, every instance of that component where I have not overridden that particular field. So everywhere it has changed. I only need to do it once. That's why we have a design system, so that we maintain consistency throughout the entire system. So anywhere I had used this, it must show in the particular manner that it is. So that one is done. So what we are doing now, well, as I said, we're back in XD. We are going to now create the next page. We've said it is an app for a coffee shop. So what's the next thing? The person has logged in. But we want it to be such that the person doesn't need an account to log in. We want them to be able to just skip the login and say, look, I'm not interested in logging in. I just want to buy something. I don't want to save the information to my account. I'm not interested in that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in another button to allow them to skip. Now I'm going to go to my button library that I already have, and I'm going to just add this. Notice as I've added it, it has added it to that layout was there. It has made the 40 that was given automatically fit it there. And I want it to fit the space. Yeah, and so I decided I want this to say skip instead, to give the person an opportunity to not bother with all this logging nonsense and just go straight to buy. See, this is content aware, so it's automatically shaping, which I don't want in this case. So I'll just adjust and adjust the side. So okay, fine. So instead, I want the person can skip, and I'm gonna have a new screen. Now, I don't want this to be as prominent as it was. I want it to reduce in scale and be more like a logo type. So I'm going to change it. Yeah, I think 16 points works for me, or I'll use this. So I'm changing it to logo type. And I'm going to change the placement of where it is by just dragging everything up. So it's going to be here. Even this text is now much too large. So I'm going to change it to a text that makes sense. I'm going to get rid of this because it's not useful. This is also not useful again, and this is not useful again with relation to this screen. These are the most useful components. Now, normally in a shop, you would see your products, or at least a welcome page, a home page showing you what you have. So, example, we're going to say, okay, this is the product of the day. Because I'm still inside this area, it automatically adds it to that group. If I don't want it there, just click outside and then just draw where I want. So if you notice, this is not affected by the layouts, the stacking here. You can see it's not part of the group. If I put it inside the group, it will automatically be impacted by that. So I want to have a picture here of, we said it's a coffee shop. So maybe we have a latte, or there's a bakery as part of the shop. So maybe that's what I want. Or maybe I want a series of products to be shown for the person to see and say, okay, these are the products that make sense. Are you interested in one of these? So let me introduce you to one of my favorite features in XD. I think it's one thing that everybody loves, and it is one of the reasons I am yet to convert to Figma 100%, because Figma does not have this. They don't peak grid. So I'm going to design a little card, a product card, and let me see, I'm going to make this 168. Don't forget, I said I'm dealing with multiples of 8s. I'm going to leave it square because I want it full edge, so round corners are not going to work. And I'm going to highlight it, and I'm going to press repeat grid. Now, what repeat grid does, it means I can make multiple, you can see it's doing it there, but it's repeating the wrong thing. That's not what I want. I only want the image to be repeated. That's this repeat grid, that. Mm. As you can see, it's all there. It's showing you where it is. And this is from repeat grid, not from the stack. So this determines what is the distance between the elements in the repeat grid. So that's good. I don't need this height. Wait, I'm going to ungroup this. Please ignore what I just did. Ignore everything I just did for 2 seconds and let me go back. I'm going to take this out of the auto aware layout. I'm going to ungroup this. I grouped the wrong thing. I'm going to paste this back. So I'm applying the repeat grid to only the rectangle and nothing else. Now you can see as I'm drawing it down, you can see that the element is repeated. And that's what repeat grid does. But repeat grid does a little bit more than that. I'm going to put a text element and I'm going to say this is the name. One second. This is the name of the element. I'm going to say item. All right. And I'm going to make sure that this is inside this element. Now you notice what happens automatically, because I still have the repeat grid in place. It's going to add the repeat grid, the item, to all of them. Now this is not the fun part of repeat grid yet. This is not the main thing. You're about to see where the main thing comes. Now, the beauty of the repeat grid is, let's say I am doing a catalog for this site. And I have 20, 30 different products that I want to add. Instead of adding each one in the, and the repeat grid will automatically fill in all of them. So I'm going to grab some pictures from my system, and then I'm going to drag it in, just a normal drag and drop. There's nothing fancy about it. All right, so I'm going to drag images from my folder. You'll see me bringing them in. You can see the square is highlighted, and I drop, and automatically XD will fill it in for me. And that is the beauty of XD. And even if I have 100 images, it will automatically fill it in. Even if I only have 5 squares, if I extend the repeat grid, it will extend and include the other things. Item should be an obvious color, nice bright color, so we can see it very clearly. All right. So what about the text? The same thing applies with the text, in that I just have a text file, a regular text file, nothing fantastic attached to the text file, and drag and drop my text file. So let me just look for one somewhere. I have, let me look for one that we can use. The thing with the text file should just be a plain, like the notes app on Windows or the Notepad app in Mac. Just very simple. Nothing there. There should be no tabs. Just enter new line. One line for one item. There should not be any additional items. Just one. 1 second, let me get out, I know I have a blank text file that is in part related to this. And it can be sentences filled with text, does not matter. It's 3 items, but it will still work. All right, so I have a regular text file. I just drag it into the place I want to put it. So that's on top of the text, and I drop. And you see automatically it has changed the text. And each single text field is different. They're not the same. So if I zoom in, see, this is one thing. This is a different item. This is a different item. So you can have your text and your fields in another area and fill in. And then if you decide to use plugins, there's a Google Sheet plugin. So you can set up all your content, do your inventory elsewhere, link the Google Sheets, and set up your fields using the repeat grid. You can just pop these things in. Now, this is our new welcome screen. So the person has logged in from the first page, has come in here. We'll give them a little bit more text and tell them, okay, these are our newest offerings. Here's what we have today. Now, again, this has to change. This new text line that I put in has to change. It can't be the same because there's a difference. We're looking at hierarchy. What is the most important thing? Even the welcome shopper is not so important. So we would change the type of font. So maybe I've changed it to something else. Change it to another thing that isn't the primary thing. The attention should be on what I want people to look at. So I've decided that this is the most important thing for me, and I'm going to go for a regular body font, but I'm going to change to a bold text. So even when you look at it, your eyes automatically go to that particular font. I think I'll stay with the 21, which is a large font, and normal case. So it's larger, they're seeing it. Now I want people to be able to look, and I want them to be able to scroll. Don't forget we have new things down below that they can't see. How do I do it so that they can see? Still part of the prototyping, but how do they do this? Now I go back to my original screen. If you look here, you see it's scrolling aloud. Yes, I want vertical scrolling. Where is the viewport height? Is the 812. Now, what is viewport? Even in design, you're fully aware that there's a stages, it could be 100% viewport width or 100% viewport height, that's VW or VH. Same thing applies here. The 812 is my VH, my 100% viewport height. This little button here shows you that this is your full height, or the above the fold area, the area you get to before somebody has to scroll. I can extend my artboard to show everything, but if I run the prototype, it's not necessarily going to work. I may decide I want this part to remain on top. So even when the person is scrolling, this intro still remains. That's very simple. Just fixed position when scrolling. So if we were to run this prototype now, a minute, let me just move to the other screen. Okay, this is good. Share. All right. Okay. Now you've noted one error. If I'm looking, you can see that it stayed where it's supposed to stay, but everything is scrolling over it, which is not right. Why do we have this? As I stated before, if you are dealing with XD, there are some things that you have to take into consideration, such as your layers and the naming conventions for your layers. So if you go back to our layers panel and we look at this, you notice this Artboard Pro 3, and I go into it, you will notice that this area, let me rename it because I have issues when I see untidy layers. The blurb, the top part, is underneath our products or our repeat grid, product list. I'm a little bit OCD with my layering, so it makes me feel very uncomfortable. Now, I will switch the positioning of this. If I were to run that prototype again, you will now note that if we scroll, let me just shift and share this new one. If we scroll, now my text stays on top and everything else scrolls under. But even that is not a desirable effect. What we do want is that this whole section stays, but this scrolling part will only scroll up to a certain area, then sort of disappear under the blurb. So how do we do that? Quite simply, go back to our area and this is wonderful. Just sorry, 1 second. XD has decided to hog my resources. Okay, now I can go back. We go back to XD and we use one of the newer features from XD. Now, this counts as a group. And we're going to use the new features. If you look on the right, you have just under your dimensions, you have horizontal scroll, vertical scroll, and horizontal and vertical scroll. So selecting the item you want to impact, we're going to select vertical scroll. And automatically it's going to set bounds. Now the other bound is here. I'm going to push it up to about here. And I'm going to reduce this so that I don't have to extend my screen. I'm not interested in the screen scrolling. I'm only interested in the information that's up here. So what's going to happen now? You can see that our group has been changed to a scroll group. So scroll. Yeah. Now, if we run this prototype again and just scroll, it has changed. The top part remains fixed as we had wanted it, but the elements under scroll independently at the top. The top remains where it is, and everything seems to scroll under. We're scrolling through all our products. This is part of the beauty of the system. Now, all well and good, but we have an issue. What if we want to open up an individual element, even inside this, and it's inside a repeat group? How does that work? Well, what we can do now is that since we've determined and placed all our products, we can ungroup the grid. And instead it creates individual folders for each of the elements. You can see they're still where they are, but it's a little bit different, and they are all contained within the scroll group. So I can now create a new page. I can get rid of this. I'm not going to delete it. I'm just going to take it off the board slightly. I'm going to still leave it, not take it off all the way yet. I'm going to take this up. I'm going to look for the top one, the one I think this is the one I'm interested in. Unfortunately, it tends to arrange it in an odd order from down to bottom instead of from top to bottom. So this is the element I'm interested in, which is the first one here. I'm going to take all the other ones and I'm going to hide all of them. I don't want them to be seen. And I'm going to select all of them and I'm going to take them off my board. Just taking them very far away from there. And I'm going to focus on just this one. I'm going to enlarge. No, I don't want to enlarge like that. I'm going to go back. I'm going to click inside. So I'm just dealing with the picture. And I'm going to, yeah, enlarge it. But because I've enlarged it the way I have, I just want to focus on a particular area. And say, okay, that's what I want people to see. This is going to be my product card. I'm going to enlarge my text, or there's no need for me to do that. I'm just going to go for my own products here. I'm going to change the type. There are two types, you have two types of type of font. You have the points type and you have area type. This is points type, which means as I expand it, the text will increase in size. And then you have area text, which means it will remain the same size, but fill the area that is allocated to it. So I'm going to deal with area text instead, because I just wanted to deal with a particular location. Don't forget, we said we have allocations for our menu bar. I'm going to, this red dots you're seeing here tells you that, oh, look, you still have more content below. You need to expand this thing. So double clicking on it will open it up. The color is not the best. It's not very clear on this background. So I'm going to change the color so you can see it. If you don't know, if you're looking for images to use and you don't have any available, you go to plugins. And XD allows you to add a plugin. Just go to discover plugins and select the plugins you need. The plugin in particular that I would recommend are design, icons for design. If you don't have iconography, it has all the icon sets for feather icon, iOS icon sets, material design icons, and the rest. So you don't need to have them. You can just use this app to get them. Google Sheets that I mentioned before, which will allow you to take data from somewhere else and add to your repeat grids. Lorem ipsum, I don't recommend this. Maybe in the conception stage, you can use it to imagine how text would fall out. But when you are doing a design for a case study or as part of your portfolio, use real text. If you've done the necessary research to build out your concept, then you have an idea of the talk, how people talk on this particular site, what kind of tone is used, etc. You put real content with real text, and it makes it look like a real project, not a student project. It looks like something that really makes sense. Now, you can use this placeholder image. What it does is it allows you to say, okay, I'm going to select this and I want a placeholder. I don't have an image. I just want to be able to use something and fill in. May take a little, there's going to be a little delay because one is getting the resources from online and putting it here. So what it will do is just going to give you a picture. I'm putting a picture for you. Anyone. There's another app, another plugin that will allow you to get this Unsplash random image is also another good plugin if you're looking for random pictures. So if you select the item like that, and click, it opens, it asks you what do you want to get an image of, coffee shop, and I can also determine what size I want a portrait and a get image. So it will try and find an image for me that fits my request. So there, it's giving me a coffee shop. I didn't have to do much. It just found an image for me. So if you don't have images to use for your design, and these are all royalty free, Unsplash is free imagery. So I'm going back here, push this image down onto my line and take this up a bit. No, sorry, take this down. And this is my item. I've decided I want to have some text as well. So in this case, I will use lorem ipsum, but it is strictly for educational purposes. In the real thing, I will not use this. And I'll click in and type something. And I'll go to the lorem ipsum plugin. Internet is a wonder. And fill. Oh, okay. Lorem ipsum has decided to go mad. Let's see what that will be. English. Okay, let me do this instead and insert. So by right, it should fill it with text, but since it doesn't do that for us, I have my own lorem ipsum that I keep on standby when I want to test things out. So let me just quickly find that and fill in lorem. If you have any questions or you want to know about more plugins that could be useful for you, feel free to ask. So just put in some text. It's going to be a little bit too long, but right. Imagine that is product information that I've just put in. And then I'm also going to put price. I'm going to just borrow this text treatment that I have here, duplicate, and reposition where I think is the best place. I think maybe here would actually be better. And then the description goes here to explain the product. Now already we can see that there's a lot of bad UI principles that have been implemented here. The text is illegible, you can't read it, so already a bad user experience. So how do we rectify this? Because prototyping is all well and good, but do the best thing for you. So one of the ways you can change this is by just getting a rectangle, placing it there, then putting it under the elements that you want to have emphasis. So I'm going to adjust my text so it's actually inside, maybe center it in this area. Then this box, I'm going to change the opacity, make it a bit lighter. You can even reduce the size. My text is already bold. I can make it extra bold so it has more emphasis. I can actually increase this boldness. I can apply blend modes, so I can still lighten it. But I need to put it inside the product that I am actually dealing with. I'm going to put this here and okay. My font is also a little bit too, my title is a little bit too light. So I'm going to put that there. I'm going to expand this outer box so that I still maintain my correct paddings and spacing and distancing between font elements. I can make this more obvious by changing the color. This is not a very nice box, but it is just to show the principles. I've already designed all those things out, and we're going to use our box that we had again and put by. Because our primary emphasis now is on the elements that we are using. Let me have a look at this. This is fine. Don't forget what I said about layering. So things are where they're supposed to be. That should not be there. Let me still leave it up top. Okay, I remember why it's like this. I'm going to change the opacity, make it a bit lighter. You can even reduce the size. My text is already bold. I can make it extra bold so it has more emphasis. I can actually increase this boldness. I can apply blend modes, so I can still lighten it. But I need to put it inside the product that I am actually dealing with. I'm going to put this here and okay. My font is also a little bit my title is a little bit too light. So I'm going to put that there. I'm going to expand this outer box so that I still maintain my correct paddings and spacing and distancing between font elements. I can make this more obvious by changing the color. This is not a very nice box, but it is just to show the principles. I've already designed all those things out. Then we're going to use our box that we had again and put by. Binding. Because our primary emphasis now is on the elements that we are using. Let me have a look at this. This is fine. Don't forget what I said about layering. So things are where they're supposed to be. That should not be there. It needs to leave it up top. Okay, I remember why it's like this. It's not set fully. Let me see. Okay. Why are you hidden? Okay. I now recall why. Sorry, the reason you cannot see the button is because of this element here. It shouldn't be inside it. This is a separate element. It shouldn't be inside. It can be above it, it can be under it, but it should not be inside it because you have shown a limit on only show me between this height and this height. Scroll for everything else. So the button was hidden under the fold, so to say. So you need to scroll to see the button, but I don't want the button to be scrollable. I want the button to be seen immediately. As soon as you open, you should see the button. So there we have our button. This is a very bad example, but let's run with it. I'm going to push this up again. I think that's the best way to make it legible properly is to take it out from here. Okay. So that as you enter, you see where the picture is there. So this text is here, this button is here. Take this, reduce it, so it's under my button. Yeah, I want it like this. Okay, so we've done that part. Now what we want to do is go back to screen 3 and prototype the interaction. That when the person clicks on a particular card, the card will expand into the new page. And I'm going to show you the issues that we are going to have when we do this. Now, the first thing, moving back into prototype mode, we will select the element we want. So that is this last card. I'm going to just click it and drag. That's it. That is the whole of prototyping. Now, there's still some things we want to do. This one, I still want it. The reason I am leaving it on the asset is because if I take it off the asset, it is no longer part of the screen and it will go into what you call, okay, this actually worked because I changed it, I'd done the interaction before. But usually what happens is if you have an element and you take it off the screen and it's not attached to the screen, it goes onto the pasteboard and it's no longer part of that screen. So luckily this one decided to work, so we're good. this is this, this is this. So let's run this prototype and see what happens. From screen 3, we are going to click on screen 3. One second. Let me move over to the prototype mode. All right, so we have our screen. Any questions before I move over? Okay, no questions. Now, if I click on the top screen, you notice what happened. It just moved. Now, by right, we should have a back button so that I can go back. I've seen what I want to see. I don't want to buy, I want to go back. So we need to put in a back button. But if you notice, that animation wasn't very smooth. It didn't look, there was no shock, awe, and wonder in the whole issue. Why? If you remember, when we were prototyping our components, I said something that any elements you have in the end state, you must have it in the beginning, because the way auto animate operates is like it looks at all the components you have at the start and it looks at the end and it compares the two and says, okay, line 1 moved 100 degrees 10 centimeters in this direction. So okay, then I should trace out this movement. And this line, initially it was invisible, now it has, so okay, I need to animate this in. Or this one came from outside the screen and I need to animate it in and this one out. But you must have the same elements on both screens. So let's go back and go back to our layouts and see what we need to do to correct that. Now let's compare 3 and 4. Let's look into 3. We have our blurb, we have our screen. Okay, let's look at slide 4. We have our blurb, we have our home screen, and then we have the additional components, which is the button. So that means we need to have the button on both screens. So what do? I just make a copy of this and I come here and I paste it in here. And I have to make sure it has exactly the same name. It keeps on changing the names because I didn't give it a name from the beginning. Now, I'm going to change this and I'm going to use one of my own components that I had created before. That is the button. Button full width. Now you can swap out components. If this is a component and this is a component, you just click on it and you drag it. Once it turns blue, you drop it and it swaps it out. That's just it. There's nothing fancy inside it. So I have both. Now if we go back to the layouts, you see this one is there and this one is the correct name. Why? Okay. What I'll simply do is just copy the name, double click to enter, and then change it. And I'll paste it. So all the same components on both sides. Now it's not just the components, it's also the order. If we check this one, we have the button at the top, blurb, home screen. I don't want it in that order. I want the button at the bottom. I want it to follow the order in which it came. So I want the bottom at the border. I want it like this. Okay, so they match. Now I don't want on this first screen, I don't want the button in place. If you notice, it's in the correct place, but I don't want it there. I want it to be off the screen. So I'll take it down, and I'll just hang it off the edge of the screen. I'll change the transparency, set it to 0, so the button isn't there. So now what is going to happen is the button will, when we play this animation, the button will come in from the bottom The other elements on the screen will scroll out to the side, and then the card that we selected will expand. And I want you to tell me where we're going to have a problem, why we will have a problem when this animation runs, because there's going to be a problem. If anybody can guess what the problem is going to be. I'm going to run it, but before I do, somebody should be able to tell me why we're going to have a problem. Who's here? Mark, can you tell me why we're going to have a problem? Or Nicole, can you tell me why we're going to have a problem when I run this animation? Why the transition is not going to be smooth?
Hi, I'm sorry, I can't see the slides right now.
Hmm?
I can't
It's
see
not a
the slides.
slide.
Oh, sorry, what you're
You cannot see my
presenting?
nobody can see.
Just me, probably. Internet.
All right.
I don't
So
know.
I will. So I need somebody to explain to me why this is not going to work. Because if they have been paying attention to just what I said now, they would understand that already we're going to have an issue. But let me run it. And this is why it is not going to work. Now, what did you note on seeing this? You might have noted that the transition still wasn't smooth. Let me run it one more time. I have to go back to XD and set this thing to start again from the correct screen. Okay. Now, yeah, the button slides in, the other things go out, but it's still jumpy. Now, we have to look at a couple of things. Do we actually have the same elements on each screen? Yes or no? If we look at our design, I would say we don't. Because if you look at the product list on this, the particular one that we're dealing with, and you go to the next slide, and you look at that same place, we've added additional components. We've added multiple additional components. We've added a rectangle, we've added a new image, a lot of things have changed. So, as I said, whatever is in one must be in the other. Otherwise, it will not work. So I'm going to paste everything into this. Let me see. And it also has to be in the same order. Otherwise, it will transition in another way. Or even here, I can play around with the order a little bit. Let me just get rid of the background image that's there. Now, what I'll simply do is I will just hide all of these things now so that they do not show. Let me see. I will hide everything that I don't want to see. Not only will I hide it, I will also change the size. I'm going to take it up here, then I'm going to resize it as well, make it quite small. Okay, so that's still, because it is part of the group, even though I may have taken it off the artboard, it is still attached to it by virtue of being part of that group. So that's one. So now we should have a smoother transition. Another thing that we must look at is the timing 3 seconds is a very, in short, less than 3 seconds, a third of 30% of a second is very fast. So maybe it may be helpful for us to slow down our transition so it's obvious to people that something is happening. Do you want to do an ease on? Let's try ease in. Run the scenario. Okay. Now you noted what happened. It did do what I wanted it to do, but there is a delay. So the transaction is going to be quite slow on your end. Now, what I've done is I changed the timing. I changed it from 0.3 seconds to zero point 0.6, so slowed it down. I transferred the information from the first screen to the second screen. And that kind of made it a little bit easier. I also changed the position of the text. So let me go back to XD. My apologies there. So if you look at the screen that I have here, the first thing you'll note is that our timing has changed, and I changed the type of transaction from ease out and moved to ease in. I can also do ease in, ease out, so it goes in quickly, slows down, then quickly drops off. So there's a lot of movement, but that would be kind of erratic. So either the ease in or the ease out. So I think we'll still maintain the ease out. Now, as I said, both screens have exactly the same information in them now. If you look at the first screen, that is screen 3, all the elements that are in screen 4 are also there. You can see all the text, we've put everything in. The order in which elements are found is almost as important as the fact that they are there, because XD uses that as a reference point. Okay, this moves first, this moves first, this moves first. It matches the elements. So you saw the screen, the size of the object changed, everything changed. So that is the first transaction done. Another thing, as I said, we are missing something that should be in our design, a back button. Because users will be like, oh, how do I go? I'm supposed to go to the new place. How do I go to the new page? I don't know. So we need to have a back button. Now I have icons, so I'm just going to drag a back button in. This is in a very wrong place, but it's there, and I just click on it in my prototype and say, take me back here. That's it, nothing fancy. Don't need any ease in, ease out. I don't even need an auto animate because nothing is changing. I'm just saying, go back to the previous artboard. When you use previous artboard, it means that it's not necessarily, I may have come in from an overlay, I may have come in from, it wasn't a linear progression. So whichever page I came from, take me back here. I just want to do a simple transition. I don't even want it to fade in, I just want it to move, or I can say, okay, no, slide to the left, slide to the right, do whatever I want to do, change my settings, and I'm going to set this to 0.3. For animations, macro animations, the longest time delay you can have is 5 seconds. But realistically, between 300 milliseconds to 500 milliseconds, that's a sweet spot. 400 that's 0.4 seconds is ideal. Anything else is either too quick, the user can't actually see what's happened, or is too slow and makes it seem as if your app is running very slowly. So this is there. So if we run our app again from the login where we decided to skip, we did not put a transition. So when I skip, it should take me to the next page. If I log in, I've completed my login successfully. It should also take me to, I would actually have a new screen for a logged in user, which would be specific to them. It would not say hello shopper. It would actually just say the person's name, which I can just do very quickly by duplicating. It's the same information, just now I will remove this and click it in here. So we said the person's name was Purple Thieves 2020. So here we put welcome back. Right. And if you notice, this automatically puts in the prototype line to this. If you copy something when you are in prototype stage, all the connections are automatically copied to the new screen. If I had been in design state and copy the prototyping connections. So you need to know where you're coming in. If you also notice, as this thing is highlighted, you see a tab with a house. Now, if it is blue, that tells you that that's the home screen. So I have to determine which prototype. You can see it's a flow. You can call it a login flow, and I can have several flows. An element is part of a flow when there is a connector to it. So this is my login flow. So from here you log in. If you skip, it takes you to the anonymous area. If I log in, it will take me to the dedicated one. Then whichever screen I come into, I can still access this. A back arrow, this is where setting it to previous artboard makes sense. Because if I came in from the top screen, that is Pro 3, and went there, it should take me back to Pro 3 if I press the back button. But if I came in from Pro 5, pressing the back button should not take me to 3. It should take me back to the screen that activated me in the first place. So that's why you will use the previous artboard. Now, let's run this again. Let me jump back to the prototype. Okay. Let me just refresh and start from what is now my home. Okay. Now we can go ahead and do all this other grammar if we wanted to. We're going to log in. So now you see it tells me welcome. How are you? I click. You notice something just happened there when I clicked. The title kind of like strolled in, twisted in, and came out. Why did that happen? It happened because in the initial screen, I had taken all of this text, I shrunk it, just the bottom of the text box, drew it up, shrunk the text. I didn't reduce the size, just reduced the area that was in, took it up. So as it comes in, it says, okay, what am I supposed to look like? Okay, the final state says I'm like this. So I need to change myself from that first state to look like the last state. So if I go back, You can see everything came in. It was a smoother transition than when we first started. And if I click it again, it's slightly slower. You see, it twists in, comes in, the other goes out. Because I set the time as a little bit lower to from 0.3 to 0.6 seconds, the transaction has more time to build out and the user can actually see, but it doesn't feel too slow. So as I said, between 300 milliseconds to 500 milliseconds. That's it. Sometimes a little longer would be acceptable, but you need to test it out. And it, sometimes it's more intuitive than technical. Sometimes it's the way it feels. How does it feel? How does it look? That's why even when you lay out things, sometimes into your eye, your mind's eye is like, this doesn't look quite right. Am I sure this is okay? And then you start fiddling around until things just feel right to you. So sometimes it's intuitive. This timing seems a little bit too short, maybe a millisecond extra feels a little bit too long. Let me do 3 instead of 4. That will work better. So sometimes you just have to feel it. So now we go back here. Now, if I restart this again and I say skip and go to the anonymous view, you can see it's changed. I click this, same interaction, and I click my back button. It takes me back to the anonymous view, not the hello purple. Same screen, I didn't create an additional one. It is just the same element, but because of the setting, it will take you where. So you need to actually draft out your flow before you begin your design work, before you think of your animations and like, what is the logical flow from this screen to this screen, from this screen to this screen? How does it branch? Okay, so usually the best way to design is to design from the end moving forward. So you design your final state. This is how it's going to be. And then you now do the screen before. Okay, this is how it started. So you also get rid of this issue of not having the same elements and having changes in your design. Now, I'm going to show you how to build out a simple component that it seems difficult, but it actually isn't. I have one here. I'm going to drag it out for you to see and see its interaction, and then we're going to create it. Okay. Let me run this. This, the number changer. That's what we're going to create. This is also prototyping and auto animate. And it's actually very simple to make. So let's jump in there. If anybody has any questions, please ask. Because I know I'm going quite fast because of the delays, the unfortunate delays that we had. So if you do need to ask, please ask and I will answer as quickly as I can. So I'm going to jump back to XD and let's build this out. Okay, so same principles as we've had before. We just draw out a rectangle, because it doesn't always have to be text. It could be it doesn't just need to be numbers. It can be other things. I'm going to draw out another one. This is about, okay, so that's 80. I'm going to duplicate this one. This is going to be my other changer. Just going to get text and I'm going to put minus. Going to put another, and I'm going to put plus. That's it. Then here, I am going to put whatever it is. As I said, it doesn't have to be numbers. It could be a list of names. You can imagine you have a drop down, but a drop down. So you have options, or I want to scroll through options. But let us go ahead with text. I'm going to put my text field there. I'm going to increase the size of all of them. I'm going to go up to 26. So you can see them clearly. These ones I'm going to increase a little bit more. Just click the element you want. And then, of course, I'm going to do 48 here. And it's only those two that I'm dealing with. I'm going to make them bold, orange, or black. So it's obvious that these are not the same. I'm going to click. I'm going to vertically and horizontally align. Same thing here. Vertically and horizontally align. I'm going to make this a group. I'm going to also make this and this, selecting the two and make it a group. I'm going to go to my layers panel because I said this, it gives me grief when I'm looking at it and I'm not sure what I'm doing. So this is plus, this is minus. Also going to name this so I know what it is. And it's not just about me knowing what it is. If I give you, like as I said, I'm going to give you my initial design system so you can see the components, because the whole thing is a component. Even as you saw, it had its own menu. You could jump from screen to screen using the menu. The menu was fixed and consistent. You could scroll down. There, you can later try and reverse engineer. Even this component that we're building out is there, switches, all those kind of things are there. So you can look at that later and see how it's actually done. But it is easier if you have a question, you ask me the question while I'm here and I can explain it to you immediately if you have an issue. So, but if you look at the design system I'm giving you people, when you look at it, you will realize that you actually know what you're looking at. Each thing is properly labeled, so you know that, okay, this is this button. This is this element inside. So it's good for a development or product development team if you actually have a proper naming convention. Everybody knows what you're saying. So this is my background for the input fields. Okay, and I'm going to group these two as well. Group, and I'll call this number. Yeah, even if you look at the asset, you can see remove button, plus button, input field. So what we're going to do, we need a series of numbers, and I'm going to make this a pricing table instead. I want to be able to change the currency. I want to pay, let's say, donation button. I want to donate money to a charity. And so therefore, I'm going to do this instead. I'm going to put 0, right, 0, 0. That looks good. I'm going to increase the size a little bit more. Increase the point so we can see it properly. It's a little large, but fits into my block, so I'm not bothered. Now I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to duplicate it twice. Now I'm going to click inside. I'm going to get rid of this. That's the first one. And I'm going to change this to tens, so I know which area I'm dealing with. This is the main number. This is the next one. I'm going to hide this for a minute. going to go into this last one, double click it, and I'm going to delete this. Now it seems strange that why would I do this? The reason I'm doing it is so that I can see the actual alignment, so that by the time I start working with my own numbers, everything is in the right place. So my 10 is on top of that other 10, so that the spacing is consistent in my numbers. Now this one, I will also I'm gonna hide this, so I'm only seeing the number. Delete this, going to delete this, going to put this back, then I'm going to position it so that it's in the center where it should be. We noted that there was like 4 pixels. Yep, that's it. Now I'm going to look at the tens. I'm going to have to be able to donate between 10 and 11, 10 and $20. So 11, 12, 13. What I'm doing is I'm just clicking inside this tens. As you can see, it's one area. And I'm just pressing enter when I get to the next one. Enter, so I'm in a new line. Type. So 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So that's it. I have up to 20. This is easier. I'm going to say maybe 25, 30, so many pieces. I'm going to 50, 75, and back to 0. And I'm going to continue doing this for each element that I have. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. So I should have this also about 10 times. Just enter and paste, enter and paste. The thing with design, a lot of the work is just very boring, because there is a lot of repetition in the process. Let's get rid of this. 5. I'll press enter and look. There's some things that I don't need to have 2 of. There's some elements of design that are very tedious and very, very not fun. When you start playing around with the prototyping, yeah, that's fun when you're trying to make things happen, but the grunt work behind it is never fun. A lot of things that you need to do. Oh, I'm making a mistake. Yeah, the 0 should be there. Let me see. Okay. All right. There's a 0 that should not be somewhere. Okay, there should be a 0 here. Trying to get rid of this. Okay, so that's done. Then we get to the main work. Now you're asking that, okay, but I'm seeing these numbers here. That really isn't what's supposed to happen. And truly, that's not what is supposed to happen. You shouldn't be able to see all of this. Because if I scroll, almost immediately you see it. So that tells you that something is not quite right there. So what exactly can I do to change this position? I'm going to use what is called masking to hide the elements that I don't want people to see and let them only see what I need. So the easiest way to do a mask is, let me take this background element, I'm going to duplicate it, I'm going to take it up. To move it up without using my mouse, you press Control and the right square brackets. To take it down, use the left square brackets. To move up, right square bracket. So that's what I've done. So I've taken it to the top, and I'm now going to select everything. That is that duplicate and everything under it to the bottom. I'm going to right click and mask with shape. So that's it. Now you are able to see the elements under unless I click into the mask. Then you'll be able to see. So if you note, I go in, everything is still where it is. Now, the not so fun part is what we're going to do right now. We're going to prototype this. As you saw with the original one, when I click on the plus button, I wanted to move by a step. And that's what we're going to program out now. I'm not going to do everything. I'm just going to do the key ones and then, but the first aspect of my design, I'm going to change this fade it out because this is, you can't go lower than this one. 10 is the lowest you can go. So I'm going to fade it in such a way that anybody seeing it is going to realize that, look, you can't use it. I think it's better I fade the entire block rather than just the text. So it's all faded out. I'm going to take it to about 50%. Or if I'm using material rules, text that is disabled is at least 38%, between 16 and 38%. So this is now very obvious that these two things are not the same. That's contrast that is being applied there. This is very obvious that it is not the primary thing. I think I'm going to change my border so I'm in line with the border of the rest of the application. That's 8. I think I'll also change my border width and make this thicker so you can actually see what is there. So that's 4. That makes it more obvious. Now let's start this process. You take everything and you group it. I'm going to call it number scroll. It's different from the other plugin, from the other components. If I open this, you'll see that it's the same thing. I have my numbers and the input field. So it's exactly the same thing. Now I'm going to make this a component. Are you still with me? Okay. Are you following what I'm doing, or you're just watching? Because you should be doing, that's the easiest way for it to stick. Just do it along with me. So you should have set up as I have set up. and you have made it a component. Okay. All right, so back to XD. We have created a component. Unfortunately, with XD, you are not able to change the default name, even though you can change the other ones. But we're going to create a new state, and we're going to call it 2. So I know it's the second step. Now we are in 2. I'm going to click on this, and first thing I'm going to make it active so you know that it's now live. You can go back to the next stage. I'm going to click inside my mask. I'm going to click on the unit I want to change, which is the number, not the tens. And I'm going to select that, and I'm just going to, using my cursor, my up cursor, just going to go up, push it up until it lines up with the other one. And that's it. I'm going to do that again and again and again for all the units. Step 3. As I said, design can be very, very boring, but it is what it is. You have to sometimes do this if you want things to work out. Which is why some of these prototyping tools are kind of advantageous to use instead of using your design tool to prototype. But where you don't have that, this is the alternative. So I'm going to skip many, many steps. And I'm going to do, call it step 10. I'm jumping. And I'm going to go into this, go back to my number, into my mask, collect numbers, ensure I'm changing my tens, and I'm going to scroll this up to, let's say, 15. They should pretty much line up. And then I'm going to go to my numbers, and I'm going to move up to the numbers that match this 15. If you remember, I copied this, the 0 to 75, I copied it and pasted it 10 times to match my 10 units on the other side. And I'm going to say this is 10 peso and 15 cents. So that's it. And then I'll just do one more for the last. States. Ooh. Alhamdulillah. Hmm. Oh wow. Okay. Let's hope this thing doesn't go off again before we finish. All right. So the prototyping. We go back to the default state, that is our primary state. One last thing to do with the final state. Our plus state should change because we cannot go further. So we would change the transparency on this to 35, I think. Sorry, 38. So this shows that you cannot go further. All right, so back to prototype mode, going to my default states, and I now begin to click out my interactions. So plus, no, I don't want it to transition. I want it to auto animate so that it will roll over and go to state 2. Click out, click back in, go to state 2, do the same thing, click this one, animate to step 3, but also you do this one because we want to be able to go back, so back to the default state. Click out, click back in, go to step 3. This should be able to take me to the next step. This should be able to take me to the previous step, which was step 3. Click again, 20. This will take me back to this. This is not going anywhere. This is disabled. So go back to our first, our default state, and then we run a prototype. I will quickly switch so that I am showing you my version and share again. All right. Then maximize this. This one was working. So what did I miss? Let me go back to XD for a moment and see what did I miss. Default stage 2. Yes, it's wired stage 3. Oh, okay. We did not wire stage 3. 1 second. Stage 3 goes back to 2. 2 goes back to. That's why I said this thing can be very boring and very tedious. All right, I have solved my problem. I didn't wire the second stage. So from this point, it didn't wire to the next. We skipped a page. So you can see I can go back, I can go forward. Again, something has gone wrong with my prototyping. So I need to go back and see why it is moving between those stages. But it is likely a very simple thing. Let me go back to XD and see where I have gone desperately wrong. Okay, so stage 2 goes to stage 5. All well and good. and then stage tapping. Oh, I see what happened. Will take me to step 2. Good. Step 3 goes to step 2, goes to step 1, 2, 3, then step 4. Okay, I believe our application should work now. Okay. 10, 25, 50. Oh, this sometimes happens. Let me go back to the original one. I'm very sure I've sorted it out, but I don't know why I am seeing something different. I think maybe I have not selected the step completely. This is what's selected. Yes. Just a second. Let me work out what has gone wrong. Okay. I believe I should have sorted this out now. 25, 50? Yes, 15, 19. Now, the reason you're seeing those massive jumps is because we're going through several steps. We skipped many steps to get to the next one. So, of course, it's going to jump. So we've gone back to 10, 25, 50. We should have gone to 75, then 11. Well, we jumped all the way to 15.5, so it has to scroll through very quickly because we gave a time frame how quickly it should run through this, so you can see. But that is the general system of a number changer. You can see the same thing is here, number changer or quantity changer. So I want to buy 10 cups of coffee. This is what I'm going to use to do it. So that's that. The next thing we are going to do is go back to Adobe and let's see what else may pose some level of difficulty. That's a good idea for you people to be aware of. Okay, all right. I'm going to bring out this. Can't really use it on this because it is wired for the design system. This is the menu that goes with it. Now, this is the menu. Let me put it into, sorry. Let me put it into an artboard. So I'm going to do web. That's it, right? Going to shift this a little bit so that I can position it properly. Now I want it to hang off the edge. So these elements that are there, you will not see them. These ones you will not see. They transition in when the menu is open. This is the next one we're going to do. I'm going to change these a little bit. I'm going to move them out a little bit more. Now, the reason they're still part of the group is because they're part of the group. And they were still part of the group when they were taken off. Now, one of the things I'm doing, if you remember what we said, the artboard works in such a way, transitioning works that it looks at the elements, sees where the elements are, and then says, okay, A must be like B. How do I do this? Now, if I push content away, bring them in from different distances and different heights, but they have the same time frame. Some elements will come in very quickly, some will be slower to come in. They'll come in at different rates and different speeds, so it gives the impression of animation. Now, if I were to run this now, which I will, you permit me, let me once more change the screen and go to the app view. Okay. Now, this is the menu button. Now, because it's fast, you won't notice it immediately. If I click it, the menu changes to a cross, and then the elements come in. Now, it's a very fast transition, but if you notice, they kind of swoop in. They don't, the menu items don't come in at the same time. Now, if I click on each one, now this is going to be a little bit funny because it's directed to somewhere. And the placement is supposed to change based on where it is. It should direct you, and then when it goes to where it's supposed to be, it will open up there. So we're going to do this now, a menu item, how to create this kind of transition. And it's much easier than it looks. It's not that hard. Most of these things are not that hard. The only thing that limits you is your creativity. What your mind can come up with is the limitation on it. Once you experiment, you can do anything. So I'm going to remove this and we're going to do our own. Now I'm going to start with a block. This is where my menu is going to be contained. I have not set any dimensions, but a good rule of thumb is a third. There's something that they call rule of thirds. The entire artboard is 1920 over 1080. Now in XD you can do mathematics, so I want to do a third. So -3, and this will be about the dimension of my menu. It will slide in and occupy that much space. And I also want it to kind of push the other text out of the way and slot in, or maybe no. I wanted to have a slight transparency and apply a background blur or an object blur. So it's like an overlay will come up on top of the content below it, and then the menu will be at the top. So that's what we're going to work on. So I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to make it the full width of the artboard because this is going to stand in for my overlay. I'm going to go back to my layers so I know what I'm doing. So this is the top one. This is a menu area. And the more complicated your animations get, the more you should pay attention to your layering and naming of layers. Background overlay, and this goes under. I will change the fill color slightly so we can see the different areas. Now these two items go together, so I'm going to group them and I'm going to call this menu. You can see it's different from the background. Now, just to make it look a little bit more realistic, we're going to put some items here to make it look a little more real. So have content blocks. This is. Now we're going to put some content blocks, let it look like it's a real topic here. I'll make it look like a blog. Now you may have noticed I even set my pictures and my articles as components. The reason I did this is first and foremost, it makes life easier for me. My type rules and settings, my margins and alignments are already set in the distances between what's a link, and the same thing with a picture. I have different pictures set at different aspect ratios, so I just swap out the picture for the aspect ratio. Videos, are 16 by 9. Um, Pictures usually within blog posts and the rest are about that 4:3 aspect ratio. I think for YouTube, it's like 5:4. Each social media has its own different aspect ratios, what the picture should look like. But on average, you use 16 by 9, which is a normal video, HD video format. So I have that set up for all the pictures, and because it's locked, the picture will always, even if I expand the picture, it will always fit in at that dimension. So that is done. Now we have this. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the plugin that I had mentioned before, which is Icons for Design. Very simple. I type in menu. Although I have another application on my system called Nucleo, where all the icons I've ever downloaded in life or I bought, it's just like a management tool. It sorts them into groups and categories, so I can make sure I have consistent icons I'm taking from a particular group or similar ones, and I can structure it how I like, put tags and the rest. So this one, I will choose, Font Awesome is not here. I'll use the material icon. You can see I clicked it, it has brought it in for me. That's kind of small. And it's my fault it's small, because here I can set the size. So I want it to be 64. And I'm going to click it again. It will add it. Where I didn't send it, I'll click it and I go back to my screen, back to the area that I want to work with, double click and paste it so it's actually inside that area. Can be a little finicky, so sometimes you just need to go directly to this element, zoom into what you want to select it and then move it, or click and then use your arrows. If you use shift while using your cursor, it will move it by the number of points you have set as your default. So it will move it, in my case, my default is 8 pixels, so it will shift it 8 pixels every time I press my shift. If I just use my cursor on its own, it takes it 1 point. So I want it here, 56. I also wanted the same 56 here. So it's 52 with 1 point, 56, 56. So aligned properly. Then I want to put in my options. Okay. Any problem so far? Any other questions? I think once we're done with this particular example, I will show you one live prototype that does a lot more with animation. To give you an idea of what you can do with just these things that you've learned, then I will send across the link for the design file. I need to just upload it to my Google Drive because I cannot share it using Adobe. They will only allow you to view it, not to actually access it and play with it. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is put in our menu items. And so let me call this home, but I don't want to type everything out, so I'll just use my repeat grid, drag out the number of components I want. If I had my menu as a table text element, I would have just dragged it in and replace, but I don't have that. So what I'm just going to do is home, out, blog. XD also has spell check, so that's very useful. Contacts. Shop. Say my account. And I think I still need one or two elements, so I'll just repeat that and stop there. My elements, my settings, and my history. I expect you to do the same thing that I am doing. You can put in your own elements, whatever is relevant to you, but you should be following along. Now, what I'm going to do is that under my home, I do not think about us should be a primary option. So I don't want it there. My account is fine, but I don't think all of these things are necessary. They should be sub points. Even to an extent, some people may say the contact or even the blog is still under this area, then contact is a separate thing. Maybe contact should go down, but we're going to do stacks again. So I'm going to highlight everything here, and I'm going to group it as menu items. Then all of these, I'm going to take them and I'm going to rename them because I don't actually like to see it like that. I just want item 1, item 2. I'm going to use a plugin called Rename It. It's also on Figma as well. So I take the selected layers, it will highlight them, and I want to just call it menu item. And I'm going to put menu item 1, and that's it, and rename. If I go back to my layers, you see it has renamed it as I like. Now I'm going to create a stack. As you can see, it's set it as horizontal, and I have a distance between my stack items, and I say I want 16 points. Okay, fine. Now, the advantage with doing it this way, as you notice, everything just scattered right now. This is item 2, item 3. What it did, it arranged it according to its number and put it in the right order. Now, I decide I want history to be on top instead of settings. Instead of me taking the individual element and moving it, I just shift its location here using the control and the square brackets to go up and down wherever I feel I want it to be. So it makes it a lot easier. So in line with talk on hierarchy and things like that, we know that these items cannot have the same prominence as the other items. So let's just quickly go and change that to a more reasonable text. I think there should be 4. Let me do 3. Okay. Even 2 is okay. And we maintain visual hierarchy. When you see this, you know that this is more prominent than this. Now, this is all well and good. I may decide I want to further group these things and take these points, since they're together, and group them. Have this on its own, have this, this, and this, and group them. That they're separate elements. Go back to my layer, and now I rename this and say home, and this is accounts, so I know what this layer is. And the reason I'm doing this is because I also want to apply stacks even here. So as it is, I can decide I want my account to go above shop. Put it there. I can even decide I want my account to go under shop and group this again and put it under shop, but I'm going to leave it like this. Now, one of the reasons I'm doing this, because I want to turn these to components. I want this to be a component, so I'm going to put Control K is another way of making a component, or I can right click and make a component, or I can go here and make a component. So there are 3 ways of making components. I'm going to do this. I'm going to turn home to a component. And I'm also going to turn this to a component. Why I am doing this? Because I want, like the former menu that we had, where you can see that when you click on the elements, it opens and shows you the sub items under it. So that's what I want to do here. So I have my components, and let me review the elements of the component. I have my home, about, and blog. And I want to do the next, sorry, not a hover state. I don't need a hover state, sorry. I'm going to delete this. I don't want a hover state. The next state is a new state, and I want it to be closed. And I am going to take these units and I'm going to set the transparency to 0 so they're not there. And then I'm going to hide them. Now, once you hide an element, just as with CSS, that when an object is, the visibility is set to none, it occupies no space, no area. It no longer exists in the context of the frame. If you just put it as hidden, it still occupies the amount of space. So like when an element that, because you want to make it accessible for screen readers, you may have a CSS snippet that says screen reader only, and then the CSS property says display is set to none or hidden. So it's only the screen reader that will be able to see that text and read it. But for those who have no visual issues, they will not see the text. So the same thing is pretty much what we're doing. We're making this hidden. Now, if you look at the elements, you've noticed that those things have actually disappeared. Even the space has gone. And because we have stacks in place, everything else automatically fills in the necessary allocation that's left. So let's do the same thing for this bottom one and say new state, and we're going to call this also closed. Now, one of the reasons I'm working from the open state to the closed state is because anything you do to the default state cascades down, also like CSS, process, it cascades down to its child elements. And so if I were to remove hide all these elements on the parent element, it would also hide them on the children. So it's easier for me to make it open here and then make changes to the child, which are not going to be affected by any other thing. So that's how I'm going about it here. You can do the opposite. It will still work, but I've just found it easier. For me, it's an easy method. It may not be easy for you, and the other method may work. So I'm going to do the same thing. Going to make this the opacity to 0, and I'm going to make this hidden. And this is part 1 of our menu. Now, another thing, this shouldn't be like this. This shows that the menu is not open. So we need to change this from the hamburger to an X if it is in an open state. So the best thing to do is to create another component here. Now, how do you do that? I'm going to just change this and put this as menu, so I know what I'm dealing with. And I'm going to make this a component as well. Then I am going to go into the elements. I don't think this was the right menu for me to use, but it has happened, it has happened. So this is a component. And I'm going to make the new state, which is closed. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the component proper. This is a vector, so it's not going to be as easy as it should be. But what I'm going to do, in some ways, it's actually easier to work with this than other ones. I'm going to delete this inner section, the points that are there. Then I'm going to, because it's a vector, I can play around with it. I'm going to put this one here. Going to grab this end, line it up here. Going to come to this one. I'm going to grab this. Wait. I'm going to shift this here first. I'm going to grab this point and take it up here. Then I'll put this where it should be. You can notice a green line has come up to show me that both ends are aligned. Then I take this one. Oh no, wrong one. Going to push this out here first. Let me see what I need to do. It's where's the one I want to take? Yeah, it still has to be the bottom one. So I'm going to move this one here first. I'm going to take this one so that it aligns here, and then I'm going to take this one and put it back where it was. So now I have a cross. So if I go back here, I have my default state, which is the menu, and I have my closed states. That's it. So what I will do without wasting too much time is I'm going to prototype this. If you click this, it should auto animate and give me my closed state. If I click my closed state, it should auto animate and give me my default state. So I've dealt with the menu. That's the first part. Now the other part. So when it's in this state, this should be a close button. Then we now need to look at the last state. We said you usually start designing from the end point where you want it to end. This is where I want it to end. This is going to be an overlay, this background, as we said, so I'll get rid of the border. That's there. I'll put a background blur. So you can see it's kind of transparent. It acts like an overlay of sorts. I'm going to reduce the blur so you can kind of see what's under, but not quite. I'm going to make it darker so it looks like a proper overlay. And the opacity, I'm going to increase the opacity a little bit. So it's obvious that there's something there, but you can't quite read it. So this looks like a proper drawer opening and blocking out the background. So that's the final step of this. So I'm going to make this a component. And then I'm going to go to the other state, which is the closed state. Now I'm going to work on the closed state and make it how I want it to be. So the first thing I'm going to do is there's not going to be a background. I'm going to get rid of the background opacity. Oh, I hate when this thing happens. Sorry, it's going to be a bit slow. XD is saving, and once it starts saving, it slows everything down. Okay, so I'm going to just basically hide this. You can see it's 1, and it is at 0, but the height remains. Then I'm going to take this one. I'm also going to kind of shrink it. We're going to make it a little bit like the other one that I had. So there's going to be a clear area that there is this. Sorry, that's 160. And I'm going to take it up. Also 160, so it's a square. And then I'm going to still click inside. And I'm going to change this back to the default state. Then I'm going to take all these items that are here, and I'm going to push them off. So they're going to slide in. And not only are they going to slide in, I want them to slide in at different times. So I'm going to shift this a little bit so I have more room to play. I'm going to take this element. So I'm going to take all of them first, and I'm going to push them a little bit more. I'm going to stop. Then I'm going to take this item, 3, 4, and 6, and I'm going to shift them again. To about the same distance, and then I'm going to go back. I'm going to take 5 and this. I'm going to push about the same distance as well. So we're basically staggering the entry times. And then I'm going to do the last one by clicking that. I'm going to take it even further away. So it's going to be very obvious. It's just almost as if I'm doubling the distance between these elements. I'm going to push this out, and then I'm going to push it down a little bit. So we'll have a little wiggle. It will slide up and then slide in. And doesn't look impressive yet, but it's going to be wonderful when it happens. So I'm going to push this down a little bit, as I said. Let me just drag it down. Oh, my stack will not allow me to drag it down. I forgot. I still have stacks in place. So now this text, I'm going to push it over here first. This is not going to be impacted by the transition. It has nothing to do with the transition. It's not part of the component. It's just that I want it to look a little bit more realistic when it pushes. As I said, we're imagining it's a layout for a blog or the homepage, so making it a little bit fancy. Now, seems good, but we have not quite finished. So these are the various states. It goes from this, goes to this. Not very smooth, not very nice. So what I want to do is go now to the prototyping and my default. I'm going to go to my closed state first, and I'm going to say, okay, if I tap this, it will open the closed state, but the closed state of the menu icon, not the menu bar. So what we need to do, if you remember when we dealt with our inputs, we had an invisible key that when we tap that, it activated whatever action we wanted to do. Because if you tap inside, it is the component that it will entertain, the nested component, not the actual component you are tapping. So let's go back into our component area. And what I'm simply just going to do is this menu area, I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to rename it. Sometimes the thing is problematic. And I'm going to say menu tab area. And I'm going to put it above menu. And I'm going to make it invisible. Let me go back to the design so I can get rid of the fill. I can even still set the opacity, but there's no fill, there's no border. So that's one. So let me go back to my prototype. All right. So you can see the icon here, and you can see the tap zone here. They're not the same thing. That's the. Let me look at my default view, because I have broken one of the cardinal rules. If you recall, I stated that whatever is in one must be in the other. So I need to copy this, go back to the default area, and I need to paste that also in. So now things match. Otherwise, my transition is going to be glitchy. It will just transition, it will not animate. So back to my default, okay, no, closed state. Now what I'm going to tell it is if I tap on, this is one of the issues. When you add something, it now begins to appear twice. So when I tap on this, take me to my default states. Don't forget the default we're talking about is of the parent elements, not the child. So parents. Let me just quickly run that and be sure it works. Yep, and that's it. That part works. I'll show you the full thing in a second. That part works. So the next part is to go from the default states and say, okay, when I tap that same area in the default state, that's the one that the whole menu is open, I want it to go back to the closed state. Everything should vanish and go to the closed state. And I think I will go for ease in, ease out. And I will bump up the time a little bit. I will go back to the closed state and check my settings. This a little bit. So it will take longer for the animations to come in. They have enough time for the animations to come in. So you slowly, quickly, but also slowly enough for you to see the individual elements flow in. Issues again. We are having our issues. Woo, this thing is wonderful. We are having our issues again, and so let's try this again. We'll soon be through with this because as you are tired, I am even far more tired than all of you combined. I have not slept since yesterday, and it's now 5 o'clock at this time. So I've done over 24 hours. Now let's just quickly hop back in. We are going to my prototype screen. We've done all the connections. If you missed anything, just let me know and I'll quickly run over what I did. So this is what we have built. Quite simple. Now, if we click this, you see slowly it came in and then it fades out. You can tell that these things, you can see them sweeping in on their own gradually. We click out. Now, the problem I do have with this is that overlay when it's going out. It's fine when it's coming in, but the out process I don't like. So I think I'm going to adjust it so that it slides up into that menu area, this menu area here when it's going. So that's a very quick fix. Let me quickly go back to XD and let's work on that. All right, so we're in the prototype zone. I'm going back to my defaults, I believe. Let me see. Yeah. I'm okay with this. It's my closed I'm not okay with. So I need to open it and see whether my overlay is. Go back to design because that's the only place I can really manipulate it. So this is kind of where it is. And I said instead I wanted to swoop up into this menu area and vanish. So I'm going to realign this, then I'm going to shrink it here. I think this might be a slightly better finish than what we currently have. So I'm going to run it again just before I get to you, and then we'll see how it goes. These are things that get worked out. You can spend hours trying to fix a particular thing, and then you spend hours and hours and you actually don't get much done. So I can be nitpicky on my own. I'm not going to engage you in my nitpickiness. Where is this prototype? I cannot find it. That's not what I want. What am I showing? Okay. All right. So we'll just run through that one last time. And this is what you should have been able to do as you finished this application. Should be able to have something like this with your elements sliding in individually. And you can see the reason why I had separate timings for the introduction and the outro, because the slow entry allows you to see the points come in, but when it's going back, you really don't need that delay. So this is how you do the background blur animation, how you do a menu animation. Now, the next step of this, which I'd advise you to go ahead and do, is think of the remaining screens. Build out the contact page, the shop page, the account page, and think of what happens when you move from each screen. You know that the home page, you have a sub menu. So you need to be able to indicate either with a drop down or like what I did with the other menu showing a plus sign to show that, okay, yeah, this is the active element, and then you should be able to click it and then the elements open so you can see what is inside them and then still be able to click the link there to go to the next screen. I shall do one because it's something else that I need to show you about fixing elements. This is not going to take us too long. Let's go back to XD very quickly because this is like 2 seconds. What you simply do is you have the element you are going to, I'm going to just duplicate now, I'm going to delete this so it's not there. Now, if you recall, I did state that if you copy something while you're in prototype mode, the connections are copied along. If you copy it in design mode, you don't get the interaction. So I'm going to copy this, and as I'm copying the menu, as you can see, I'm going to go to the place I want to paste it, click on that, and I'm just going to paste it, and it will paste it in place. So it pastes it in exactly the same location it was in the other one. So I don't need to adjust the angles, I don't need to adjust, so it's there. And just to be sure that we have moved to the new slide, I'm going to change this. Can be fun sometimes. Now, this is going to adjust in design view because it is a stack. So everything else should also move with it. Don't know why you didn't move. So the wrong stack, but everything else is in the stack. So you notice the rest of the article shifted. All right, so what we're now going to do, we're going to go into the default states. And I'm going to say, example, this is the main home. Go to prototype, click on the elements, and drag. Go back here to this one, go to my default state, and let me just do this at once. It's not that hard. Where is my default states? Yeah, I just open it up as default. So when you are in this page, it shows you that this is where you are. To make it obvious, I will change this to an underline. So no, not underline it. I'm leaving it like this because when we're at the home page, I want us to be able to click on this one, back to prototype on this one, and say that this is my blog. So that when I come to the home page, it opens up the sub menu for the home. I click on blog, it will take me back to this other one. So I go back here and I close this, go back here and I close this. And then there's one more thing I need to do. What is that one thing? I'm going to fix it in position when scrolling. That's different from the vertical and horizontal scrolling that we did. Why I'm doing this is in the case of, like I said, this is my blog. So the assumption is, Hello?
Hello. Hi, Ma'am Josephine.
Yeah.
So this
Yes.
is the advisor. Unfortunately, it's already 20 a.m. here in the Philippines, so we might as well do a part siguro. We might as well do a part 2 instead of
I finished with this. This is the last part. You have like 3 minutes left.
Sorry, pardon.
There are 3 minutes left. This is the
Ah,
last
three
thing.
minutes left. Okay, okay. Thank you so much for your time for, for DSC, Miss
I'm
Josephine.
I'm more tired than all of you. I don't mind me doing a part two because we did not do as much as we should have. So as long as we get the timing right, I have no issues. I can come and continue at a later date. Just give me notice when you
Thank you
want.
so
I
much for
just I'm going
understanding.
to run. Hmm?
Thank you so much for understanding since it's already 12 a.m. here in the Philippines.
Yep, I get that. But you people want to learn. Learning is by
Yes, yes, yes.
yes, yes, you people want to learn. So learning, you take it when you see it. That's it. No, don't worry. I'd already told Nicole before now that I'm even tired. That I wanted to just show you this with regards to the menu because that's one of the major things that you're going to do when you are prototyping, and then show you one live example of these principles that you're learning actually being put together to do a design. Where's this thing? I want to share the prototype. Yeah, share. Tired. Okay. Now, as I said, we fixed it. This is page one. If you click, it takes you to the next one. Because I didn't leave it open, but when I go down now, it shows you that this is home. It shows you the sub menu. I click, it takes me back to the first screen. You may think that we've not moved, but if you pay attention, you will see that we have. The text has changed. I changed it to make sure we would know when we had moved from one. So that's how you begin to show these things, the things that you can do. Now I'm going to show you one thing. This is not, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to show you something. An example of a slightly more complex prototyping, still with XD, is actually the XD file that I'm going to show you. And that'll take like 2 minutes. Let me just open it up. But everybody who came is able to do this, right? They can do what we have just done, or they're still not 100% sure that they got the thing right. I ask this so that even if we do need to do this again, I do know where I am actually kicking off from. Okay. So if there are things that you still didn't understand 100%, I think the best way to go about it is you can always send me an email. You can collect the email address from your coordinators, and you can ask reasonable questions, and I will do my best to answer. I would pretty much enjoy if you could actually build out, finish up what we discussed, do the actual application for the coffee shop. You have examples you've seen, try and do it yourself. Look at some of the webs or see things in real life that you like and try and copy it and reverse engineer to find out, okay, how did they do this? How did they do this? I would advise those of you that are using Adobe now, there's a daily creative design challenge that they do for XD. Every day, it lasts 7 days. You can do with XD. Each assignment highlights a particular aspect of XD, whether it's things like, okay, how to actually use auto animate, how to actually use stack, how to, or they may say, okay, look, we're doing a product selector. Use the concepts that you've learned to do this. Sometimes the challenges are iterative, sometimes they are not. But quite frequently, you do have challenges that follow one after the other. And so you build out a complete thing. It could be a supermarket, it could be a training app, and each day is building up a new component on that. So it's a good idea for you to also follow this, so you get more comfortable and more competent in use of this particular product. So it's a good idea for you. Wow, just my system is tired. What is this thing? Okay, XD has opened. Oh, interesting. They're not playing this game. XD is not answering you people. So I'm going to bid you all good nights. If I can jump to the correct screen. My system has also decided to start hanging. It's quite sad. All right. Let me see. XD has decided to hang, so I'm not going to show you. Sorry. It was a wonderful prototype I was going to show you with all kinds of wonderful animations inside, all of which you can use to create an actual app and send me the link so I can see what you have done based on what you learned from this little experiment that we did. That's it.
Yes,
That is how
yes,
I
ma'am.
remember that I taught.
Yes, ma'am. DSCCPU has decided to start a contest, which we have already shared to the members of the organization for a prototyping contest, and we will make sure to send you the links of their entries so you can see exactly
Okay.
how much impact you've had on us and our learning.
I think Ma'am Josephine
Thank
will
you
be
very much.
the judge for the contest.
No, no problem. I will have a look. And anyway, critique is necessary. The design review is something. It's not a bad thing. It's only to help you improve on what you've already done. So no problem.
Yes,
No
actually, it's a
problem.
great thing when we have people from the industry critic so that they will know what the industry is.
That's it. As I said, the best thing that the advice I will give all of you, it's the same advice that I give to Anike quite frequently. Actually, she has a project that she owes me because we had started doing this before this session, the whole issue of the session came. She has to, she's actually doing a web redesign project, and we're going through all the stages of design from the ideation point to the user research, where to find research for a product that does not exist if you do not have the budget nor the team to do conduct your own user research for a new product, the various stages of building out your database, everything to have a functional application. You need to have projects because, as I explained to her, most of you will end up as freelancers. That's the simple reality of this industry. Even people who work within the industry do a lot of freelance business. And most people who have a background or work in this are freelancers. They work for individual clients, they don't work for a corporation. So even if you are coming in as a freelancer or you want to work in an office, you need to have a body of work. For most fresh graduates, the problem is I don't have any experience. So, like what I told her is, you need to make your own experience. People need to realize that I know how to do this. I can do this. I understand the process. And how else do you do it? By designing your, or doing concept pieces, or finding product briefs online and saying, okay, how about this? Or finding a site that you like, but something isn't quite right about it. That maybe if they improve this or they change this, it would be better. And using your own concepts, redesigning it, saying, okay, the UI is okay, but the UX, the user experience, is not so fantastic. What can I do to streamline the process? You see, if you go to Behance, you see people who have done for WhatsApp, who've done for Spotify, that look, I like the product, but this, for me, this is a problem. And this is my creative solution. Working out the case study. This is the problem. This is my solution. This is how I did it. These are my assets. This is my wireframing. These are my sketches. This is how I built up the process. And you people that are developers can even go a step further and say, here, I built out a version of this. Go to GitHub and see my working prototype. I actually have an app that I've developed in line with this. So not only can I think, not only do I have understand design logic and design thinking, I understand business principles, I understand information architecture, and I can code. I did this. I am a full pack. So even if I'm not working for you, you want me to develop an app for you, I can from beginning to end. These are the things that you need to do to really boost your options and your chances when you now start working. So that's the only advice I would give anybody at this moment. Find what you need to do for yourself. Find out how. Nobody's going to do anything for you, so you have to do it for yourself. What do I need to do to make it so that when people see me, they know that I am a unique talent? I do not tell them, I can show them. Here is my portfolio. Take a look. This is what I have done. That's all I will advise you people to do. So find every opportunity to do a design. Every way you can, something different you can do to make your mark and say, this is what I know. I can do this, I can do that. Oh well. Unfortunately, the one I want to give you people is in Creative Cloud. The one that you saw is in Creative, but I have one that I think I edited a few days ago. Still has most of the components. You can play around with that. I explained the typography and all those other things. So I'll push across the link to Nicole, and then she can share it with you. Okay. Good night.